Hello, and welcome to Dawntrail. A lot of things happened last time, and probably a lot of things will happen again this time. Hello and welcome. Things aren't normal right now in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. And it's a little bit concerning. Well, that's depressing. Time to go cowpoke mode. Howdy. I was thinking when I got to Shalani before, it'd be funny if I made like Wild West Sucro outfit for this fun adventure with low stakes and no problems in it. Haha. And well, we can still have some of that sentence. Also, shoutouts to the really low level gladiator weapon, the Iron Spatha, which is still one of the only like short swords that exists in the game. I think short swords are an underrated like set of weapon types. Like daggers and knives are cool, swords are cool, but what if you had a sword knife? What if? Also, it's funny with this coat because like if I have it not displayed, it looks like she puts it in the coat pocket and takes it out of the... There aren't any really like... I posed the question to people, what's the most yeehaw sword? And like, this is the best I can come up with. Someone mentioned a Bowie knife, but there is no such thing in this game. And this is sort of like the closest you get to like survival knife in 14, I think. Rogue might, but I am not playing as that job, so, you know. My ninja level is only 57. Anyway, we need to search for distressed citizens in the Resplendent Quarter. Actually, some of the gunbreaker weapons kind of look like a little bit like a Bowie knife, maybe. Now that I think about it. But yeah, hello and welcome, everyone. Things are sad in Final Fantasy XIV. We have to search for distressed citizens, such as Cheerful Resident. Huh? Checking on everyone, are you? The city's definitely seen better days, but we can only spare so much time for mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we'll all need to do our part. I've no doubt Val Wuklamat and Valkona will share similar sentiments at their address. This person does not need to be persuaded. Drum Major. I think we have more concerning problems at the moment than drums. Maybe. It's not safe here. Not anymore. I could try to leave Tyrol, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-traveled sort. Please, I can't stay here, but I fear nowhere in Tyrol is beyond the enemy's reach. What if the lands across the salt? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Turl. This is my home, and I know the Dawn servants would give their lives to defend her. I will put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say. I'm wishing that I had Gunbreaker levels suddenly. I think like the Crypt Lurker Gunbreaker thing is the one that I'm thinking of. Specifically. Alas, I'm only level 90 Gunbreaker. And I need to be 96. A Sucro lore question. Go ahead. Please leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn. Gulul Jaja is slain? And yet Valwuk Lamad and Valkona still fight for our nation. For us. Very well. If they would speak, the least I can do is listen. Is there anything in the process of Sucro falling in with the Scions that's different in lore than in-game canon? I haven't thought of anything as of right now that would meet that description. What have you missed after the Wild West road trip with Erenville? So Zeralja gained access to a portal to another one of their reflections, and as a result has become a cyborg with a command of a robot army that's devastating the land. That's like the very short version of it. You can see the warships up there in the sky. They are currently waiting on the kill order, because Zeralja has been like, fine, I'll let you try and invade my empire if you want, I guess. But if you fail, I'm gonna blow up your city. Tee-hee. Yeah. Like, there's obviously a lot more to it, but that's the short, slightly silly sounding version. He did say, I thought Gulul Jaja was long dead. Oh, also that reminds me, for the Dawntrail bingo, I put a second check mark in the video game makes me cry, because I felt like it was needed. Oh, also Kryl is from the other world too. We learned that. Here's a fun fact that I learned today. The Japanese name for Kryl originally in Final Fantasy V would be Kururu Mururu, I think. So the entire reason Kryl's a Lalafell in Final Fantasy XIV is actually a joke because her original name would be Lalafell compatible. And that's funny to me. Some things that didn't get me before on your playthrough got me on mine. Maybe, well, I guess like between having someone else reacting to it and like maybe if I wanted to pat myself on the back a little bit, any voice acting that I might have done. I guess that makes sense. Also just like seeing it again and having it hit home and so on. I still can't believe we were attacked. For a mercy, my family was spared. I don't know what I would have done had they come to harm. I understand Valwuk Lamat is going to make an address soon. I'll be there, of course. If Tuliolel falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we've worked so hard to build. Lives and communities and histories all reduced to ash by these merciless villains.
I heard Val Wuklamat is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really? The Dawn servants have a plan already? They've lost so much, yet they're prepared to carry on. And standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go hear what they intend to do.
By the way, this outfit's slightly inspired by Partitio Octopath 2, but also a lot, like, really? Because the colors don't match and the hat's different. It's mostly just like, you know, Wild West. Cowpoke. Yeah, there's also a giant purple dome of lightning. So, I'm sure we'll learn more about that. The wares are mostly intact. Glad tidings for my clients. Oh, sorry, friend, but I've no time to spare. Val Wuklamat and Valkona will soon be giving a public address, and I have to finish taking inventory before then. Given the circumstances, it must be quite important. You'll want to be there as well. I can't leave now. What if those soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? Gods, I have so many questions. I see. It would put my mind at ease to learn something, anything of the threat we face. Alright then, I'll go to the Winged Walk. Thank you. I feel better already, and likely better still once I hear what the Dawn servants have to say. Cleaning up is tiring work. You've been busy helping as well, I'm guessing. Right now, it's tough for everyone, but Tuliyola won't succumb to this. With the new Dawn servants to protect and lead us, we'll get through it together. I need to stock up on food and medicine as much as I can. And what else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Sorry, miss, but I'm busy. Too much to do in too little time. There's no telling when those stone men will return. I have to get out of here, find somewhere safe. Val Wuklamat wants to speak to us? Perhaps she has a plan then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. I do really like, it was mentioned already, but like I really like the variety of people and reactions that are happening here. Like both NPCs you can and can't speak to. Like there's people just like staring dumbfounded at the wreckage. There's people who have hope, there's people who don't, there's people who are stockpiling, there's people who don't know what to do. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Val Wuklamat and Valkona mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. If we're to survive, I do not know if we can count on them. They're going to strike back at the enemy? So they're resolved to face this. Maybe it's too early to be thinking of running. Alright, I'll go and hear their address. Yeah, I think Ishgard would mostly... Like, Ishgard would have mostly reacted with anger and hatred. At least, old Ishgard would have. Current Ishgard would react less with those things, but still. They're still used to war. You know, I'm realizing that... yeah, they would. I'm realizing that the implication of me switching to this outfit now is not that, like, Tsukro got taken over by the cowpoke vibes of that area, but, like, this is her serious mode costume. Like, she went from, like, fun adventure to it's time to get serious and then put on a cowboy hat, is the implication. And that's very funny to think about, actually.
It's time to get serious. Yeehaw.
Also, right, that's another thing. All the rest of the crew is here because we were like, hey, there's a portal to another world and we're being shot at by magic stone battleship lasers, so we might need to call in everyone here.
I was just discussing the gate to the Golden City with Ketenrem. He's been patiently answering my few questions.
I think if you suggested to Sucro that she'd only read one of any given type of book, she would just, like, be completely shocked by the possibility.
Did you not see Alize on your way here? It seems Kryl and Erenville have yet to return. Still busy making preparations for our expedition, I presume.
I've never had a good, like, Graha voice either that's distinct, I don't think.
Thank you again for spreading word about our address. I fear those who needed assurance most would not have been present otherwise. A few questions, more like a bleeding broadside of them. Took me back to a time with Galuf, it did. Charlian scholars, I swear.
Sucro has read every book. How true that statement is up to you.
It looks like you brought quite a few people. Thank you. Alize had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again.
This hat has a slightly weird interaction with the shape of your face, but that's fine.
My apologies for involving you all in Turali affairs. We are simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see it no other way. What's more, Zaralja and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but to the star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear.
Nod. Parentheses, cowboy hat.
Thank you. I don't expect you've had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine, thanks to a little encouragement from Sucro. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right.
Nod.
We need to see to a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did. They managed to gather the same size of crowd as previous, I guess.
Namachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
If Sucro putting on the cowboy hat means going into serious mode, that means she's never been serious before now, also. But I don't think that's true.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralcha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well.
Dome is still... I'm still realizing how funny dome is as a word. Like, this is a very serious moment, but, like, dome is up there with cube for sure.
But mark my words, I won't let Zoralja torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
Yeah, Kryle's line, I wish to go to the dome, that's 7 syllables long. I'm gonna have to put it in there at some point. I haven't added more haiku lines in a while.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
Great question, random person in the crowd. Cool camera pan. And who's that?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing.
Hold on.
I wish to go to the dome.
I needed to hear what it would sound like. Alright. Serious
That's
mode.
why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zorolja and put an end to it all.
Thank you for petting Calico.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Tural's my home, and I'll do my part for it.
I'm glad Bakul Jaja is actually really good and cool.
Hear, hear, brother.
I mean, he did a whole bunch of dumb stuff and crimes, but like, I'm glad Bakul Jaja turned out to be a good guy instead.
That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that.
I was hoping the voice actor was the same. I think I could sort of tell.
What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
Yeah. It is.
We
It
fight.
is.
We fight! We're Tuleolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuleolal!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope.
I wonder how the crowd would react if Kona drew his gun and shot at the airships right now. Just like to send a message. Also, would we immediately get counterattacked and exploded to hell if we did that? I don't know if the crowd would laugh. I think the crowd would love that. Like, it is inherently funny, but also I think they'd be like, I'd laugh for sure, yeah. I think in this moment, the crowd would be like, hell yeah, get him! We're gonna win!
Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuleolal.
I'd worry that the airships would immediately counterattack and vaporize Kona, though.
You are the beating heart of our nation. each and every one of you.
And yeah, it absolutely is reasonable, by the way, to like be like, first impression of Bakul Jaja, the worst gonna kill him.
Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do.
I mean, reasonable to the extent that deciding to literally murder someone from first impression can be. Since, you know, probably don't do that most of the time. Unless they're extremely dangerous right away, and you have to. But still, it's entirely reasonable for a character to reach the conclusion that, yeah, this guy needs to get killed, I would say.
Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
It's always funny to see a crowd scene because they have a lot of people doing the same emote animations simultaneously across the entire crowd. Like, everyone in the crowd that's the same model is doing the same emote at the same time. And I always notice it. She did well.
It is inspiring to see such diverse peoples rally as one. The people of Tyrol have come together for this fight. We must endeavor not to fail them. I'm glad to see so many people came. I wasn't sure how many I'd won over, so I decided to keep at it. That was a rousing speech, was it not? Let us do our part to ensure that the Dawn Servants can fulfill their promise to the people. Listening to Woklamat and Kona, I was reminded of my time in the First. While the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in like manner, and through their deeds they answered me. The people of Tyrol, too, will rise to occasion. This I can tell.
Yeah. Well, like, centuries old in some sense, but not every sense. It's complicated.
Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand.
Also a good sentence without context.
We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I will inform Woklamat that... There you all are! Ah, Lamachi!
So Alphino is not casually saying Lamachi all the time, but Alize is. It's another way of highlighting the differences between them.
We were just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing they haven't given up hope, it was all the encouragement I could ask for.
Smile.
Right then, let's get going. We leave from the Jacques Tarol Skygate.
Nod, nod, nod. Nod, nod, nod. Nod. Yeah, it's probably because of his, like, probably because of that, Razir. Being formal and diplomatic all the time. I guess to his credit, he could have said, vow of resolve Wuklamat. He could have, like, gone all in. That made me imagine a joke where... Yeah, I think nobody calls Y'shtola just Shtola except for Yumitra. I think that's correct. Oh yeah, and Matoya. I think that is true. I mentioned that last time, especially because like there was a text box where she said Raha Y'shtola. Like she is on that basis with Grahatia, but not Y'shtola. That's probably because like Graha is just way more willing to be called that, I would guess, in general. But there was also a lot of time when everyone insisted on referring to him as Grahatia, like the whole thing. So I don't know. But also like the idea of Alphino going all in and saying Vow of Resolve Wuklamat. Imagine if there was an NPC who like insisted on referring to someone with all of their titles all the time, and then they turned and referred to you by listing every single title you had unlocked in the game before your name. Like all of these. Imagine.
We should have everything we need for the expedition, from food to medicine to gear. It's quite amazing how much you can fit in Erenville's rucksack.
Yeah, all the prefixes in your name, then all the suffixes. Exactly.
The dome appears to lie well beyond Shaloni. A good thing we have Erenville to guide us. Yasulani isn't exactly a short distance from Shaloni. If the train isn't operating, we'll need to consider other means of travel. As Lamachi says, let's stay vigilant. Vigilant.
That's not a word. Speaking is difficult.
Even from afar, I can sense something isn't right about that dome.
That sentence is slightly less silly than it sounded initially once I remembered that Y'shtola can like see ether and stuff.
Kona and Kettenrem will continue to manage affairs at the palace. Once I've inspected the dome, I will join them to make preparations against further incursions. Everyone's here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Zoralja and secure peace for Tuliolo. We'll be passing through Shaloni, where there have been reports of enemy movement, so stay sharp.
Arendome. We know a little bit more of Erenville's deal, but we don't know about the dome's deal yet. By the way, you can see the dome and also the ships. You can't see the dome in this shot. The Landsguard told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force like the vessels in Tuliolo. Indeed. And while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaloni Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Sukuro and I know a few locals who can help. Nod. Then let's divide into two groups. Erenville, Elize, and Sukuro will come with me to inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Nod. Understood. Once everyone is finished, let us reconvene at Shaloni Station. Cryo building a red aggro deck? Is there a dome? in red mana somewhere?
We can start with Husatawi. That's where the Dustwatch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The Sheriff Kamaka should be able to tell us a few things.
Dome is what people sometimes call the player? Huh. Oh. Interesting. Well, we can't really see the dome that well. Because... Oh wait, no, there it is. I just wasn't looking in the right spot. Dome spotted. Louis has decided to bark right when the dome appeared, so I can only assume he is barking at the dome. Without knowing it. Right, people do call people's heads the dome at times, that is true. Interesting how those things combined into being a magic term.
The people of the wilds are brave indeed to remain here with those ships overhead. Everything seems in order at a glance. So this region has its own peacekeeping force. Ah, it's you two. And I'll be Val Wuklamat as well. You're sheriff of the Dustwatch, yes? What's the situation here in Hutsatawi? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked on in Shishinawetsi Springs yet. Apparently, mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If this is true, then the people are in danger. The people there are in danger. And what are you about the other townships as well? If the rest of you could head to the springs, I'll pay a visit to Mewahatson. God. I'll accompany Aaronville. See you all in a while.
The amount of me struggling to say words is doubled with the area names here, unfortunately.
We're honored that Val Wuklamat should visit us personally. Please take care out there.
Oh, I did go and collect all the on-map ether currents off camera, by the way. Yeah, he's been doing that a lot lately. Like, ever since we first started exploring this area, he's been doing that. Cactuses are solid. I think cactuses and cacti are both valid plurals of the word cactus. I think at some point they were just like, yeah, fine, we'll allow it. Whoops. Oh, wait, that's fine. Somehow this outfit and this bike seem to work together too, I think. Oh, also, they did add a second dye channel to this coat. If you were wondering what it was, like, you might have assumed, like, the vest underneath it or something, but no, it's just the tie. The tie is black by default, and I made it red. Because the vest and coat are both dyed by the first dye slot. It's another example of those things with the dye system.
And all clear this way. The mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn.
Carbuncle earring glows in the dark, very noticeably. Also, the coyote minion matches like this area and this outfit more as well. That ain't a door. That's a fake door. Now that's a door.
Ah, you're the one that helped us the other day. Malika and the others are out investigating, and they've confirmed that Toekwe is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome appeared. So those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those who disembarked in Yasulani. What a mess. Just after we finished fixing the tracks.
Something I've been wondering also, obviously don't tell me anything about this. I'm wondering if like another sort of battle music and or dungeon, oh, well then. And or dungeon like boss and mid-boss theme will show up, because it would feel appropriate to like completely change those at this point. The mechanical soldier shows no signs of life. It appears to have been run through with a polearm. Wait, I'm glad I talked to this random person. When those soldiers first showed up, I thought I was done for. If I hadn't managed to toss one of these barrels at them, I'm not sure I'd be here right now. I can't believe one of the mechanical soldiers got Donkey Konged to death. I can believe it though, actually. And it's great.
Ah, so that's the way of it. Good thing he showed up when he did.
I don't know what that means. I was thinking of the Kremling hurt dot wave as well, yes.
Sucro, you came. As you can see, we're doing all right. After those ships appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveler came along and dealt with them all in a flash.
Huh.
I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand.
Oh, hey, Estinian.
Shame I never had the chance to ask his name. We're all safe thanks to him, but I can't say the same for those in Yasulani. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika is well. Eleneshpia must be worried sick. I do hope he's alright.
This probably means Estinian might actually stick around, like, for a bit in the story soon. Though I still think it would be funny if he only showed up for, like, minutes at a time and then wandered off for the entire Dawntrail story.
You heard about the spearman as well. That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spreading more gossip about me?
Oh, hey, Estinian.
Talk of how I saved the town travels fast. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating.
I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? Out of practice with the Estinian voice. God, I wish.
So you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you.
Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. But are the rumors true? Gulul Jaja is slain?
I'm afraid so. Zoralja used some dirty trick to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words.
Nod.
You're going to help her, I assume?
Yep.
I see. With your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Shaloni and keep an eye on things. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Kona.
Okay, so Estinian is actually not going to be in the story. Again, never mind.
Kona? Brother? Wait a second, you're the Vow of Resolve? I am, and you're Zekawa, right? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely. If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. I'm the fastest gun in Shaloni, after all. Sucro can attest to that. Yeah, I haven't leveled Machinist to 100 yet, but you might have competition eventually. Glad to hear it. We leave Shaloni in your capable hands.
Nod.
Let's get patrolling right away, then.
One of my bingo squares is never going to get checked because Estinian won't stay on screen. He keeps elusive jumping out of the story.
Stay safe out there, and don't do anything reckless.
Also, Tataru's not in this at all, now that I think about it. She never even went on the boat. So that makes sense.
Wasted words, eh? Just do what comes naturally.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nod. Nod.
Right then, it's time we headed to the station and join the others.
Nod. Does this... Is it just me, or like, does this coat somehow make Sucro seem smaller? It's probably like how the coat itself is oversized, so Sucro looks like she is even more small. I think this coat probably looks oversized on anybody. She looks like a noir protagonist. Yeah. I was going for like Wild West, cowpoke / noir, I guess. A little inspired by Pertitio from Octopath Traveler 2 with the coat. That sort of thing. Sucro is not a small child, though. This is not a detective's hat. This is a cowboy hat. It's different.
I heard from Wook Lamont that Estinian was here. With him to watch over them, the people of Shaloni will have naught to fear.
I think Estinian's just gonna do a really big jump and land on the windshield of one of these at some point in a cutscene or something.
Raha and I visited the settlements west of here. Thankfully, there was no damage or casualties to speak of.
Everyone's on Raha terms with Grahatia.
The dome is absolutely massive. What manner of kingdom do you suppose he's claimed within its borders? Mewahetson is still safe, but the animals are unsettled by recent events.
I think it's Mewahetson. Or Mewatson. One of those.
It seems the people of Shaloni are safe. What a relief.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems the soldiers only appeared in Shishinawetsi Springs. Could they have been after the ceruleum?
You know, that's a good question, I would say. So how do we feel about this Sucro outfit versus the other one she was using so far?
Thanks to Estinian, there are no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. The Hetsororo were safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how are we supposed to get inside? If Zoralja and his army emerge from within, there ought to be an entrance. I don't remember who Shenza is. An entrance, you say? It so happens we might have an inkling where one is. Right. One of you is Shenza. These are the engineers of Jacques Toral Railing, which operates the train between Shaloni and Yasulani. Her outfit's less exciting to look at, but it seems appropriate. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. It was then that we saw it. A large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. You're telling us a part of it is inside and a part of it outside? That seemed to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you'd expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what's become of the passengers who went to Yasulani? Uklamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived in Yasulani. I got there. But when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back. All I could see was the dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Time to drive a train through it. Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we're to reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected. I say we smash our way inside. Despite how it sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zoralja wants me to prove that I'm Father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuliolo. By charging in head-on, I make my intentions plain as day, and in so doing, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy! I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching their base. What you need is something that'll get you there quick and break through their defenses in a single decisive blow. And we have just that. Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. Hell yes, they really are driving a train into it. Chief, have you gone insane?
Battle train, battle train, battle train.
Battle train, battle train. You were just saying how relieved you were that the train's in one piece. Now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? Besides, it sounds like it'd kick ass. If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. Smirk. These good folks are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief... Listen, no matter how hard things get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train, so have faith and quit your complaining. But But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? Nod. There's no change in her mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey. We'll keep your wife safe, we promise her. We won't leave you with any sorrows to drown. Tsuko. They are in some sense distinct from the people on the first. We'll keep her safe, don't worry. Now hold you to it. Can't start a family business without her, much less a family. It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Yeah. I still like the idea that they're completely unrelated and they are not actually reflections because that's funnier. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved her all. That it will, but first we got work to do so she'll look the part. Battle train, battle train, battle train. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse. Seems we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tuliolo and inform Kona of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. Questioning Heddle? The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Group nod. Graha, thumbs up. It is funny to me, like, I said stuff about how Graha had to be here so we had like a tank, and then I remembered Wuklamad is the tank, and now I would be like, well, Graha has to be here because we need a healer, and then I remember that Alize has been Red Mage healer. So the jokes of like these characters have to be there so we can have a light party that functions no matter what are no longer relevant because they are expanding the scope of what people are allowed to do. Even so, it's still a little bit funny. To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We'll have but one attempt, so we'd best make it count. The ships seem content to remain waiting in the skies, so let us take this opportunity to do what we can and prepare. I hope Namika is safe. Well, we have our plan. Now let's finish this train and blast our way into the dome. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to Walika and the engineers. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. We'll make this plan work, see if we don't. Putting plans into locomotion. Fair enough, localizers. I guess you're allowed to do that. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Zoralja will not strike Tuliolo in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tuliolo, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Tuliolo in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zoralja, at least until Tuliolo has shored up its defenses. Right, we'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us, during which time Kona will find a way to fortify Tuliolo. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Group nod.
Something funny about how this is like my new favorite map music is that there's like probably like an 80% chance that will change with the next couple areas, because I'd believe the possibility that the music coming up is just gonna be even better.
Where to begin?
Graha staring at boxes.
Everyone's hard at work on the train. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Looks like work's getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, 2 of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Secession. Would you happen to know if you would be willing to come and help us complete modifications to the train? Of course. What sort of craftsman did you have in mind? Well, let's see now.
Is this track actually called that? That rules if so.
Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with all you aboard to fend them off, it'd be over in an instant if they managed to get just one good hit on the ceruleum tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers used lightning-based weapons, so I have in mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that?
Wow, you can be very rude here.
We could ask Vukevu. Master carpenter from Okanu, eh? If they'd be willing, we'd be glad to have them.
It was alliterative. I don't think that's a Lalafell gimmick in this one. I think that's only Tarutaru, but you know, maybe.
No objections from me. Just be sure not to forget the traditional greeting. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. Don't suppose you know anyone up to the task?
Fontaine?
Zermurwer could help. Zermurwer would be perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yakhui, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yakhui? I'll be damned. We're not one for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother.
Like you can't use magic, or you just don't know magic?
Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use?
Let's borrow guns from Kona for everyone. Let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Well, you just said you can't use guns. We could use ballistas. Ballistas, eh? Well, they'd be powerful. It seems to me it'd take too long to reload between shots. There was some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, then that might work, but weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defenses, and I see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for your train. Well, I did not conceive of them myself, I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fontaine can help with. What are the materials we need? Yeah. The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, as long as it's highly conductive to ether. So long as it's highly conductive. To power the cannon, we'll require fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be as the miners over at the springs can help with that. This is very similar to like constructing the way to get to Mount Golg, actually. It's using the same music from those scenes as well. Then if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shinza's in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Nod. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. Nod, nod. The plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm gonna try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Yoktorol. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shinza over to the southeast. Probably not, like, lower southeast, so... But... It's a shame Sid and his engineers aren't here to help. If they were here, I'd expect they'd turn it into a flying train. Shinza's given me a list of materials. We'll see to it that they have everything they need. Right, time to put my knowledge gained in the first to use. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. Not sure about the fire crystals, though. Might be best if you spoke directly with the miner. Can I leave that to you? Leave it to me. Great. A flying train snaking through the air like an Eastern dragon would be pretty awesome. So, I'm not gonna give Phantasy Star Online to Episode 4 much credit, but it does have a train Hydra in it. And I can give it a little bit of credit for having a train Hydra. You're friends with Iyate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals hereafter, it's her. I feel like my Shinza voice is approaching what a Sucro voice could be. It's confusing me a little bit. I don't really speak as Sucro as often as I could, so... Oh, I didn't notice this. I didn't notice these funny Sabatender target practice constructions.
Oh, Sucro, what brings you around these parts? The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before, but what was that about? Now I remember, Cerule and Alice. You can find them to the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest in Alice. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing why Erenville thinks so highly of you.
But I know we need like special fire crystals, but let me just check here. Okay, I've only got 436 fire crystals, 500 fire shards, and 558 fire clusters. Now, if we needed my 4,421 wind crystals, or my 4,193 water crystals for anything, I think we'd be okay.
There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger dominating sort, and that's what you need. What you'll have to do is hunt down a few of their kind. Establish yourself as a threat. That's known to draw out the leader. Alrighty then. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in.
No signs of your prey. Perhaps you'll have better luck to the south. Dang it. Almost got away without an enemy noticing me. Something funny about the Spatha here, the sword that I'm using at the moment, is that it's short enough that the graphical effects for swords don't, like, match it. A hefty cantanker Sanala. Oh no. See also the paladin version of Zantetsuken, which is too long for the graphical effects. I think it's neat with the shorter sword because it's like Sucro is activating her super disjointed hitbox mode or something. I mean, the sword is already a disjointed hitbox, actually. So, you know. Oh. This is a fate that's happening. I was confused for a second. Are you suggesting that Sucro is not just one cat, but many cats?
Amazing! You dealt with the beasts in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shinza? I'll see that he gets it.
Clear fire crystal. That is, not the color I expected a fire crystal to be, but okay. That's fair.
These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. I know he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this. Please take care of Eleneshpia. Anyway, I'd best be on my way, and you as well. In case you're gonna meet her, I saw Wuklamat heading for the station.
Ah, I see. A fascinating idea. Yeah, like that is the convention for Vieira as we know them, but maybe not for like this group of them, but he did it anyway. He did specifically, say he did it to match the Eorzean expectations to be less suspicious and so on.
Taken care of the crystals, have you? Things proceed apace here too. Shinza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it, I'm idle for a moment and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Erenville. We'll be on our way soon, and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way.
Nod.
Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive.
Yeah, respect Erenville's chosen name, I say. This is a new song. Everyone is here.
Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tuliolo, I had been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Valcona, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe.
Nod.
While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gerfurler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Nod. Yes, let's get to it. Ah, this theme is back. Alice, I know that's Alphino's job. I mean, he's not here, I guess. This is a fun montage moment. This is also a rare moment of a canon, like, passage of days that is directly shown, I guess. So we've had 2 days so far. Don't look directly at the sun. All right, everyone, that'll do it. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons and have yourselves a hard-earned rest. Oh yeah, they did. You're right. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Nod. Hear, hear. We love Toro and we love you, Val Wuklamat. Aw. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. It'd be funny if the ominous clouds immediately returned. Yep, there they are. It is a little bit funny. Maybe they forgot? Or maybe it's just for the mood of the cutscene. Ham. Apple. Bread. Maybe. Yeah, definitely bread. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish it so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. But wait, I have to go do this ether current quest over here. Hold on. Because that's the last one. They waited until now to deploy this one, so. Mandatory break from the main story for a second. Not really mandatory. A bad case of the Blue Devils. Hey you, traveler. You came here down the Tuliolo Trail, right? Happened to see a woman on the road, maybe nursing a limp, a sore head, or some such? I didn't see anything like that. No sign, huh? I work here at the refinery. It seems I now have a problem. A friend of mine, Kayamine. She set out for Tuliolo not long back, but only her Ronique returned, pulling an empty wagon. Was thinking the animal just got spooked by something. Sent Kayamine's sprawling in the dust and hightailed it back here. But if you didn't see her, say, you couldn't go and take another look, could you? I'd go myself, but I'm 2 hands down as it is.
Nod.
Thanks, friend. She was taking a cargo of ceruleum to the Tuliolo trailhead. You know the way, right? Just take the road southeast from town. She'll be somewhere along it. If you find her, tell her to get her hide back here as quick as she can. We got work to do.
I left a few words out of that by mistake. I maintain my stance that speaking is difficult.
Ah, finally. You don't know how good it is to see a friendly face. Vasampe sent you? Gods, he's gonna dock my pay, isn't he? Well, at least the Ronique and the wagon made it back. Good thing it all happened after I dropped off the ceruleum, too. Don't want to think how much the company would charge me if I lost the load. Maybe that's what the beast was after. Oh, I didn't tell you about the beast, did I? I was just out from the trailhead when it sprang up on us out of nowhere. Naturally, my Ronique bolted. Managed to hold on this far, but I eventually lost my grip and took a dirt bath. Still, it could have been worse. At least I didn't break anything, and it was you that found me and not the beast. Speaking of, you didn't see it on your way down, did you? A horrible blue blobby thing?
Oh. Slime.
Just like that. Oh gods, it's the beast. It found me.
Slime. Slime. That's the sound that slimes make.
It was a lot more aggressive down by the trailhead, I swear. Why isn't it attacking?
Slime.
Huh. Guess it took one look at you and lost its appetite. Thanks, partner. I lived my whole life, never seen anything like that blue blob before. But others have. Heard about them from my fellow tappers. Like ceruleum with skin, they said. Started showing their ugly faces a few years back, prowling around by the wells. They reported it to the foreman, but they weren't interested. The way they would consider it, so long as we've still got all our limbs attached, the blobs aren't a threat. But they damn well better change their minds about them now. It's not enough that one of their best employees could have been killed, they could have lost a wagon load of ceruleum. Say, Sucro, would you come back to the company offices with me?
I never told you my name.
They can't wave it away so easily if both of us are telling the same story.
Alrighty then. Apparently I've decided at some point that Sucro definitely says alrighty then, like fairly often actually.
Thank you kindly. Come on then, let's head back to Shishinawetsi Springs.
Unfortunately, we won't learn more about the slime right now because this is going to give us the ether current. This will be a thing for later. Later on, we may learn about the slime potential. Home at last. For a moment there, I didn't think I'd ever see the old place again. I can tell you right now, I'm not taking another wagon out till the company tells me exactly what they're gonna do to protect their precious employees from those rotten blobs. Are you with me? Nah, actually, I just wanted to unlock flight, so I'm out of here. Sorry about that. Next main scenario quest. Huh? Ah. Hold up. Now that we have flight, we gotta take a tour. We gotta look around a little bit. I'm going the wrong way. Like, literally the opposite direction. Now, it might be a little bit difficult to see the sights in such weather as ominous clouds, but, you know, still. I assume that they're not permanent. We'll be back here later. Or rather, we will have the ability to go back here later. Hey, you think there might be a fate boss around these parts? I just got a hunch some reason. Could be anything. Ah. Didn't go down there. I should change the stream title, I just noticed. Getting better at thinking to check. And then immediately forgetting where that stream information. The MSQ is now level 97. The Garlemald of Dawntrail? Yeah, that makes sense to me. Trains are here too. There were trains in Garlemald as well, I believe. But yeah, that absolutely makes sense to me. Worm. Oh, okay, this is a T-Rex. $1 million Triceratops versus a Black Mage. Good luck. Tapping the realm complete. So I will point out there is an adjoining area thing right here that connects to the train tracks, I guess. I did notice this at some point yesterday. I mean, that's probably fairly obvious that we're going to be going to a new area, but still. I assume if I go that direction right now, I will not be allowed to go in the tunnel. I should actually try that just for science. It would be really funny if, like, you could somehow actually touch the lightning barrier and get killed instantly. Snake. I assume they will simply not let me continue. Yes, there is a guy. It's much too dangerous. There's a snake on the train tracks. A giant snake on the train tracks. They just casually slither onto him. Like they don't have a care in the world. All aboard.
From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. You have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it. There might be several cutscenes in your future. Or just one.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
No, you get a voice.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Nod. Nod, nod. Nod, nod.
Finished at last!
Oh, hell yes. This is absurd. Immediately.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Great. No notes.
Amazing!
Aaronville reluctantly giving a fist bump.
Yep. She's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with the ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
This is the toughest locomotive I've ever seen, or let them try and stop us in this, or it's a shame we have to blow her up.
This is pretty much the best train I've ever seen in my life.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
She has seen... That's true.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
There's a non-zero chance that Sucro thinks every train that she sees is the best train that she's ever seen.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board.
You can just do that?
It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Nod.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
Various nodding and determined gestures.
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down.
That would be great if there was, yeah. Nod.
All aboard!
Vanish!
I was hoping that this train would be like the start of a dungeon or something. Hell yes!
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
Oh, wait, you also jumped on?
Not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert.
Yeah, I wish it was the start of the dungeon.
Here we go.
Vuklamat gets to use a turret, huh?
Stand fast, everyone.
This rules, though. Hell yes! I didn't even parse that Sucro was on a turret.
No, you don't. Have care! They've switched to firearms!
God, I wish there was an Air Force One minigame here. I unironically love Air Force One as the Gold Saucer, as far as Gold Saucer minigames go.
Raha, jump!
Extremely dramatic Raha jumping, Alize decoupling a car. God. Oh no! I love calling something 40% unnecessary. I didn't parse what just happened exactly.
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
Erenville, it's time for you to shoot a gun. I didn't see Sucro save the day with their turret at all. Oh, hell yes. You get to parry bullets by swinging your axe. This is great.
End of the line, everyone!
What? No. Hit
That
the
was too
brakes?
close.
Wah.
Wow. I can't stop it! Fantastic. I'm gonna watch this cutscene again later, because I did not parse everything in it due to looking at the chat and also, like, my brain exploding a little bit. Like a train. I agree, this game rules.
Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
Erinville develops a taste for violence. Nod. Nod. Go ahead. Watch the next ranged DPS they add have like a cannon, and Erinville's like, you know, this is relatively similar to the one time I've used a gun before. I'm a cannoneer now.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
He like opens the top of his backpack and an entire cannon barrel pops out of it. Erinville has a minigun like the Heavy from Team Fortress 2.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Let Erinville be the Heavy from Team Fortress 2. I mean, that would be a little redundant with Machinist, maybe, but... We've got sword, 2 swords, big sword, very small swords. Vanguard, now accessible. It costs 4 pel in the 100,000s column, perfect. Okay, so this is the dungeon where everyone gets sweet glamour from. Alright, got it. I've seen the name Vanguard. I'll remain out of sight until the fighting is over. At the risk of repeating myself, try not to do anything reckless. The rest is up to you now. I can make my own way back, so don't worry about me. Take care and good luck. The idea of venturing into enemy territory is daunting, but I believe I'm ready. Or as ready as I'll ever be. There's no way Zoralja will be able to ignore our explosive entrance. Just a little further and we'll be inside the dome. We couldn't have made it this far without the train. Let's see to it we go the rest of the way. Let us see to it that we go the rest of the way. Alizé can no longer heal.
I stand ever ready.
Graha, what's your favorite element?
I stand ever ready.
Yeah, I was not expecting this at all. So, you know. Hold on, I've been given a still image of Erinville reaction face. This is important. I forgot that the last picture I showed on this scene was bananas are going around secretly.
That feel when your gathering node is in the middle of a fate boss.
That is a pretty DreamWorks face in a way, yeah. It's very funny. And now, as is tradition when I run into a dungeon, I guess, time to do this. So that everyone has to wait to see the dungeon. Ah, 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 ah. My evil plan. Accompanied by, you can bet on a coin flip if you want. Good luck. Congratulations! Unless you voted that, in which case, condolences! Hello. I had to pet a corgi. Lewis has been pet. Congratulations to Lewis as well. Condolences to Karma, apparently. This
Just take a look at this.
that was the perfect Barry line. And God, yeah, you're right. Aaronville is a fantastic addition to the team. It would kind of, like what I was saying before, it would be funny if they gave him a weapon at some point. But honestly, like, now that you've spelled that out, I feel like they shouldn't, and he should stick around as like the non-combat team member. However, they should then give Tataru the minigun instead, and she joins the party. Anyway, Vanguard. He's a botanist and contributes nothing. That would be funny too. So, this dungeon has all of the best glamour in the expansion that I've seen. That's the only thing I know about it. Ooh. Oh, hell yes. No, my portrait! I forgot. Artificial IntelliGuard. Vanguard is under attack. Vanguard is under attack. All units prepare for battle. Time to make them pay. I think they played a little bit of this somewhere pre-release. But I don't remember the... Oh, I think it was in the Job Actions trailer. This was in the Job Actions trailer somewhere. That's what this was. I want to say this is the part of the Job Actions trailer where Bard showed up. Because I specifically remember the music transition when they put Bard in the trailer and being like, holy crap.
Hold on.
Clearly, yeah. This is why they get the guitar bow. That seems likely. Oops. I can't believe Graha isn't spamming Holy. Never mind, he just used Holy 3. But he's like all the way over there. Does it have a range that large? I might be a little bit under-geared. I mean, like, maybe not exactly, but... Enemy sighted. R7 sentries. Prepare to engage.
Well, that didn't take long. Zoralja holds command over all of this.
Oh. Oh. I mean, you could do that, I guess. Oh my god, they're literally doing donuts on bikes to attack me. God damn it, you guys. Stop it. That is kind of wild, yeah. The enemies in this dungeon feel tanky, which is why I said maybe I'm underleveled. Or under-geared a little bit. It's not really under-geared, though. It's just that I'm not over-geared yet. Kryle said, I dare say we've not seen its like before. Oh, heck.
A red vehicle, an indication of rank, perhaps?
No, that means they go faster, Graha. Alize says they have good taste in color as a response to this. That's great. Intruders detected. Initializing extermination protocol. I guess they're not gonna have different boss themes or anything for this. I was late. Wingblade engaged. Preparing high-speed maneuvers. Oh, we just leave, huh? Oh, hell yes. Was that a blade just now? That was close. Combat proficiency exceeds expected parameters. Requesting reinforcements. Authorization to disengage limiters granted. All units commence firing. Prepare for aerial bombardment. I wish I could summon reinforcements by doing a sick wheelie. Beware the wingblade. Cool hammer, Kryle. Weapon testing. Oh.
Allow me.
Oops. Hooray. Oh. No, my cat ears. Also the glasses. Wait, was that a cyber treasure chest? I didn't notice. This is silly. I can't believe Sucro lost her hat again. At the first boss of the dungeon again. Alert! Alert! Intruders detected. Engaging defense turrets. A very different kind of story, huh? Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold still.
What? I wanted to look at the box. You know, this does in some ways vaguely resemble an item box from Phantasy Star Online, actually. Oh, hey, fending. I know there's probably more enemies that I can pull up ahead, but whatever. I want to equip my bracelet that I just found. Very technology-like bracelet. Oh, hello. You look like enemies from Final Fantasy VI, but like more technology than usual. And you're doing the same thing too. Come along. Yeah? Alright. Aw, casting. Boo. What do these earrings look like? Similar to the bracelets, fair enough. Hey, what the heck is this robot? Protector.
Well, well, what have we here? Another hunk of metal for the scrap pile.
Safety inspection chamber. Intruders detected. Initiating purge protocol. Turrets deployed. Commencing remote volley. Oh. Restricting enemy movement. Electro-fencing activated. Oh, that's funny. It took them until this long to make a boss that deploys walls. Like, on purpose. Oh, you can go through them, but you get paralyzed. Okay.
Something special for you.
A motion-sensitive oh. Hello, acceleration bomb. I forget if you have to sheath for that. Relaying emergency signal. Oh god.
There.
I could be over there, but, you know. Booklamot says that was too easy. Well, that was a heck of a boss. Sorry, I'm reading chat. As far as not dying to bosses, I would like to remind you that I am playing as a tank right now. Which is, they get a lot of defense. Ah. Wait, are you telling me they finally added shorts with tights under them to the game? They exist? Incredible. They look really silly with us. Shorts with also pants. Wait, how do these die? These are of casting, by the way. Yeah, that makes sense. And then this is probably the legs, like the blue part. Yep. Oh hell yes, it leaves the black squares, so it's time for the textures on my legs could not be found. Yeah. I have discarded the need for textures. Damn it all, power the cross bridge and release the beasts. We can stop them there. Authoritative voice, huh? Power the cross bridge, you know. Oh, interesting. I don't know what it's symbolic of in this case. Okay, this is the specific room they showed of this dungeon pre-release. Send in reinforcements! The commander will not tolerate failure! Well, no. I can't wait for them to fix the tank aggro. It's very noticeable. Resistance is futile. Bunch of healing stuff.
That such a serious breach should be allowed, but it ends now.
Xander the Snake Skinner, Ophidian Outrider. Whom? What? Who? Yeah, alright, sure. We redeem our honor with your lives. Alright, man. You know, Xander the Snake Skinner.
This is their leader? Something's not right about this.
So yeah, not all of the suits are empty. You truly believe yourself a match for us? The audacity! Paladin versus Paladin, by the way. On your knees! Soulbane Saber! Zeralja will have your head on a pike! God, I recognize the Paladin animations. That's one that I haven't had for a long time because that it gets upgraded. You still stand, impressive! You feel like you have a weirdly low amount of health, Xander the Snake Skinner. Yeah. Know your place! There's a second phase to this. Something's up. How could you? Oh, over already. Enveloped in a gentle light, the pulse of life surges through Xander the Snake Skinner. All right, no more games.
It's the same as Zeralja. That was no resurrection magic.
I call upon the soul of the serpent, the great devourer. Give me the strength to destroy our enemies. Yeah? You'll pay for the souls you've made me waste this day. Yeah? All right. I'll tear you limb from limb.
Allow me.
So you used souls to become a snake man. Give up now and I'll make this quick. Oh, that attack rules. None can survive the serpent's art. Oh. Well. Oh, right. You know, that makes sense. Thank you for tank HP. Oh, wait, what? I was confused because I thought Wuklamot just used Comet. I think they both tried to use it at the same time or something.
hold on.
Yeah, okay, it is on the cast bar. So all we have to do is kill Zeralja twice. Understood. This is the wrong lesson to take from this. It's so funny to see this sword like go into Sucro's pocket. Yay! Ah, I was given a ring of fending. Ah, a gold box. Ah, the red mage weapon. Oh wait, I got the armor at some point? Oh, when did that happen? It's funny to see this paired with like completely normal pants. Cool armor. I wonder if I can scrounge together some fashion out of this. What's the rapier look like? This crystal is great. This is like a shmup boss or enemy. Wait, it removes the tail? I didn't even process that. God damn it. This armor sucks, actually. I don't understand why they make stuff like not include the tail or ears. Like, you do realize that one of the most common playable races is the cat girl, right? Like, why are you doing this to me? Hopefully not all of the armor from this dungeon removes tails, or else I will send Yoshi P an angry letter that he won't do anything about. Yeah, that too. It's so weird. That was a most unexpected transformation. Kyle, I need you to say your line again. He was more snake than man by the end. Right, let's get moving. Now to see what's inside the dome. Yeah. Probably. It was... yeah. And maybe well, I can do without the hat for right now. Yeah, they could have given me a tail, like an armor tail or something. Oop, no. Don't do that.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind.
Tail bags?
There was no mistaking we had reached Yassulani. And yet... it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassulani, can it?
Oh, Heritage Found is the name of the entire zone? Okay. So Heritage Found is a name that they showed pre-release also. And they showed one picture of it. And I'll tell you what that was when we get there. Did the pre-release material show this giant building? I think they showed like one picture of something that looked like nothing of this. I think. They showed the underside of it? I think they forgot to change the weather here. It says fair skies. I don't remember them showing this, but okay. Hold up. Jacket of Healing. Okay, good. This doesn't kill my tail. And is also very good. Look at how shiny the arms are. Alright, so what you're saying is I can't tank anymore because I need a cool jacket instead. I'll worry about that later. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. What happened here? This is Yasulani? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. God, and this removes my ears too. If you have the full fending set, you just cease to be a cat, and that's terrible. Oh, the visor gives off light, though. There's actually a light source on this thing. It's fine. Her tail has just been made temporarily invisible. I'll fix it whenever there's a crystal, yeah. The Land of Levin, featuring creamy hot chocolate. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Turali, or Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location. Or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Nod. Let's take a good look around then. By the way, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to... Well, we don't have anything here yet, but there's a zone after this! What do you mean? What do you mean there's a zone after this? Defective turret. God, I wish this armor showed my tail so much. I'm so upset by this. Alright, now time to hit me with like the 6th new town theme. Or maybe not. Yeah, this isn't a town, this is just an aetheryte. Oh wait, no, it's a town. So I kept saying like don't pay attention to this. This was for when we got to technology zone. I guess I could switch to this now. I don't know if this is appropriate anymore. Sucro's outfit just blends in with her surroundings for some reason. I still have this sword though. I'm less certain about the hat here. What do you think, hat or no hat for this? Like the hat? All right. Unfortunately, I didn't get like a Vanguard sword, so I just have this. So this hat is still low texture, but like this coat is from the Mog Station. They added the ability to dye the part which is now red. That used to be orange only. And also, like, they added the ability to dye the soles of these boots, so these are like metallic red boot soles also. I think these are just the, yeah, they're just the rebel boots. Sucro's such a rebel. Clearly. What sort of enemy creature do we have around here? Do we still have regular battle music? Yes. As of right this second, yeah. To each his drone. Domo arigato. You're breaking out all the puns. The Thunder Yards. Electric potential. Earth and sky. Spire of Trial. Alright, fair. Yeah? Just gonna put that directly on the map, are you? Archeo Alexandria, huh? I really should maybe just not look at the map in advance. Maybe I shouldn't do that. There's a weird bird over here.
I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yasulani, and yet... haven't seen anyone so far. This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds. The air oversaturated with lightning-aspected ether. This place is unusual in a way I've never seen before. looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yasulani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate.
It feels a little strange for Sucro to immediately have this clothing on, but I'll take the explanation that she scavenged it from the Vanguard, or from Vanguard. I guess that makes sense. And yeah, something like Archeo Alexandria does have like Final Zone Kirby vibes a bit, for sure.
I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station. But from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more.
This is a weird time bubble situation, isn't it?
This aetheryte is of Turali design. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost as if it hasn't been used in decades.
They accelerated time somehow. Cool lightning strike, that's probably fine.
The building is a rotting husk. It's clearly been many years since anyone lived here.
I ether current.
The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to in a long while.
Could be. There could be a lot going on here.
This is a water tower for trains, isn't it?
And yeah, I had forgotten about the lore detail of their time differences between reflections.
Amidst enormous alien structures, we have more familiar sites like this station.
You find a train turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest that it hasn't been used in years. Hold on. I'll be right back. I need to give myself a technology sword that matches my outfit. Oh no, the music's back. Why is the music back over here? I guess Kona repaired the music systems while we were gone. Hold on. Let's see what swords I have. I have the Alexandrian metal blade. And the Maiden metal sword. That's something. I have a pickaxe. I have the Lunar Envoy's longsword. I have this. That's the wrong sort of technology. I could use the Alexandrian sword, maybe. How does this die? I imagine it dies the red part. Yup. Default probably works. I think I have the shield as well. I do. Orbs. Not gonna use the shield though. This'll work for now. I was just thinking how this looks like a Xenoblade weapon. I think I still have the Machinist Glamour that's extremely Xenoblade character on here somewhere. Yep. I mean, the glasses are silly, but this is extremely Xenoblade. Wait a minute. I mean, this isn't a dog, I guess. I don't think I have a robot dog in here. I could swap to a robot cat, though, if I really wanted to. Dog? Dog? Going by Elden Ring rules, anything can be a dog. I like the coyote, though. Coyote gets to stay, I think. Oh, that's... Yeah, that makes sense. Oh. This helmet doesn't have a triangle on it. It has two rectangles instead. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zeralja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yassulani Station. Aye, and I've no doubt we're in Yassulani. I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Okay, so before, actually, hold on. We did suggest at some point that a long dormant plot point reawakens should apply to anything from Stormblood or earlier. But I'm kind of wondering if, by the way, time in the reflections is different, which is probably what this is connected to, counts as this. Especially because, you know, with reflections having different time, the plot point's been dormant for longer. Right? Maybe let's confirm what's happening before we check that one off, though. or we could just check it off, you know. I mean, it was last seen in Shadowbringers, is the thing, is what I meant. But I think this probably does count. Ta-da! Stay tuned for more of these to be checked off very soon, probably. Also, we didn't actually see the fabled Golden City, now that I think about it yet. Maybe we will, I don't know. The suspense is killing you. Suspense for what specifically?
Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another.
Ah, 1 box away from 3 different bingos? Yeah.
But if this is Yasulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says this is Yasulani, then it must be. Our village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand.
Group nod.
May I be of assistance? It's still functioning? It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by itself. Let's leave it be and get going.
Wait, Kryle, show it your earring.
Are those lightning rods?
Oh, power lines.
Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate.
Nod. Oh, someone else is also attempting to blend in a little bit. Oh, you can actually see lightning hit, like, the lightning rods and then connect to stuff. Oh, you're down there. Crunch.
Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look.
Huh. That's just a creature.
This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to be bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. No sign of anyone. This is Erenville's village? Let's stay vigilant. Oh, Erenville. What in the world? God, this is such an appropriate time to bring back this music.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Nod.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
You! Mystery Girl is here and speaking to us. Also, there's writing on the emblem on the back of her outfit. Anyway, hello, Mysterious Girl. Hopefully not after years, Mysterious Girl. Mysterious Girl who, until this point, I've just been assuming is Ultima somehow. Hey. That's Final Fantasy IX, I think, music. Sure frickin' is. Well?
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
That's Final Fantasy IX music. That counts for remix. I don't think that was the original version of it. I know this one. Are you gonna say you're Garnet then? Or something? Well. We might get character XP too, for all I know.
Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
I see.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria.
Yep.
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
This is also FF9 music.
Sphene, the Queen of Reason, though. I'm sorry?
Sphene is a very rare calcium titanium silicate that is hardly ever seen in jewelry or collections. Sphene is also called titanite.
Wow. So she can upgrade weapons in Dark Souls? This sounds like it could be the original FF9 music, honestly. But yeah, it is adjacent to Garnet. You're right. It is a gem. This sounds like it could be the original FF9 music. Actually. But I'm still gonna count it, even if it is, honestly, because, like, it's more like FF9 or FF10 music in main story.
Queen of Reason? If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tuliyollal.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception. No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Suspicious. Suspicious.
Our aid. I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorulja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria.
I think this is also FF9 music.
Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power.
Are you telling me Zorulja is Kuja? Is that what you're telling me here? I mean, Kuja didn't become king, but he essentially swooped in and messed up the kingdom, so, you know.
So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it.
Kuja. I mean, I freaking guess.
A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliyollal suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliyollal. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first.
That's a good point, Graha. And also, that would also count as a plot point reawakening, I think. So we can consider that checked. Also, there was literally a thing called, like, the Spire of Trials or whatever on the map, so... I can't believe this is also the Crystal Tower again! Wow! Like, I doubt it's literally the Crystal Tower, but it'd be really funny if it was, somehow.
Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment.
You know, I have a sneaking suspicion that the Alexandrians may have access to Alexander. Just call it a hunch. You know. Considering both the name, like, and also FF9 and how that goes.
Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Nod.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
She has, yeah. Nod.
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tulihiola?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people.
Wait a second.
Alexandria.
I just thought of
But
something.
it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolal.
I just realized something. You know what Alexandria did in Final Fantasy IX? Manufactured weapons that were also people. That was the Black Mages. How interesting. I just made the connection. So what you're telling me is there's going to be a village of these mechanical soldiers that have awakened an abandoned war. And there's gonna be like... Yep, that could very well be a thing. Also, maybe there will be a tiny one. Maybe there will be a Vivi. They never explain why Vivi looks different from the rest of them, actually, I don't think. Not that they need to, but still.
So he alone is to blame.
Vivi is one of the manufactured black mages and also dies before he can become a larger one, and also you see a lot of them being made at the size that they are for the rest of time. So he might have been like a prototype rather than anything. Spoilers for the end of Final Fantasy IX. Vivi dies, like, in the credits, and then there's like 7 Vivis or something afterwards. I shouldn't have just casually spoiled FF9. Maybe. But yeah,
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
I feel like this specific line from Sphene here is gonna, like, make the party trust her more, like, immediately.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
There's writing all over her clothing, and I want to know what it says. I take it there will be trouble if Zoral Ja hears of this, or isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking about on her lonesome? Both valid points. Is it a little weird for the queen to be walking around by herself?
Is that concern or suspicion?
It's a little of both.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
Yeah, that too. I mean, maybe this isn't the regalia. It does look very much like it could be.
Of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
She's detected Sucro's power level. Maybe she has some sort of like anti-scrying device on her person. And she wouldn't be being observed in some other way.
I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. Anyway, would you like some hot chocolate?
Well, you see, they're so reliant on their advanced technology cameras that they don't use their regular eyes to look at people.
Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn, perhaps about Sphene as well.
If I walk into the outskirts and it hits me with like Black Mage Village or something, I'm gonna explode a little bit. You're gonna hit me with a song when I walk in there. Full Town! Cyberdog!
A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. Have you ever seen such strange contraptions? I wonder what this one is used for.
Ah, sprinkler systems. Like, on an extreme scale.
Those brick buildings, I've seen their like before, though I cannot remember where.
Really? How interesting.
The innovations of Alexandria are nothing short of extraordinary. It's a relief to see the people here are well, at least.
Erenville's deal remains clouded in mystery. There are a few more mysterious clouds clouding it now.
I trust you have similar...
Sprinkler system, extreme, is where you get the special water wing mount.
Good.
I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrol. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Tyroli have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. What? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts.
It would be funny if this just used town music from previous locations. Oh. There are definitely just like regular Tyroli people around here though. Wait, they've invented the technology to have overalls where you're not using one of the straps? Must be like new botanist gear added in this expansion. Oh, that building has a funny face right there. Like, two of them even. You got like this face here, making a big old pout. And you got like these window eyes here and this mouth going, ah! Mouth of box, I guess. In fact, like all of these walls look like funny faces to me because of the windows. Sucro, you can use a bridge, you know. Are you gonna hit me with a song, or is the music going to persist? Okay, it's actually just regular village music for this expansion. There's a role called Hunter that people want to have. Well. The trees are pretty good. Oh, the weather's weird. Umbral static. Okay, it's like a regular kind of weird. No one can stop me from looking around before the game tells me to look around. Buy lots of tarp. And bug repellent. We don't— an oglop infestation! Oh shit. Oh frick. Oh heck. Oglops are here, huh? Of course they are! Weird voice thing that I did there. Of course Oglops are here if it's FF9. Everyone hates and or loves Oglops. Technology. Means magic. Etheria, huh? I think the shard that fell to the Calamity of Lightning is the 12th. I think we mentioned that last time. It could be they did something like that too, though. That's true. That'd be funny if they, like, tried to do the Calamity somewhere and then they messed up. So I didn't look around town too much, but I did learn that Oglops are real.
It's a relief to see the people here are well. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone in Yassulani. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of this ceaseless gloom, almost.
Hold on, I need to examine your... So this is the Bolero of Scouting, then. And then similarly, this is the Mask of Scouting. Oh, this is a technology that works on Hrothgar and Viera, while also not working on them simultaneously. Because you can see... Like if I... Oh, it has ear holes for Sucro. Sucro get funny baseball cap and mask? Oh, it's the gloves that are making her have short sleeves. That makes sense.
I'll admit, I've seen nothing particularly suspicious. Yet.
Yeah, you're right, this collection of people here in the MSQ is funny, especially businessman.
It's fascinating how they've combined traditional bricklaying with electro-based engineering. A curious blending of two cultures.
Hello, FF9 music again.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Okay, I think they actually are just lifting directly from 9's soundtrack instead of remixing it for most of this. But I'm still gonna count it for that square because it, like, is in the spirit of the square. And at this point, there's gonna be one remix somewhere. Like, I bet on it. Either this is just lifted straight from 9, or it's just that 9 has such, like, it's just very faithful to 9, it could be. But I think it's directly from it, because I haven't heard anything that's, like, way different yet. Anyway. Oh. Everyone has
Queen
the
Sphene.
headpiece.
What business brings her here, I wonder?
The queen has come!
Everyone loves this. Everyone's got the the infinite life headpiece.
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
Nod.
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
Can you tell me what all what all of the auto life headgear is about? Are you all prepared to fight Unileska or whoever? Is that the name of the person you get auto life against automatically?
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
Just opening the event chat so I can make sure to have dialogue for me to read. So I can, like, not miss it.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Oh, it's you, Yevon? I don't know who Unileska is then.
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
It does look a little sillier, yeah. That's just the power of
rumors
technology.
A link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young.
Questioning head tilt.
Oh, where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Ah, Unileska is a relevant name.
Papone? That is a Tonawautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? That's not how it was said the last time it was said, but I'll try and remember that. Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa. I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
Nod.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years, huh? So, like, 1 day equals like 10 years? Because we took like 3 days to get here, roughly. Ish, kind of, like, since the thing. Because it showed several days passing while we were making the train and all that.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago.
This is concerning, but also don't worry about it, because they're just gonna be like, don't worry about it. The time difference is evening out coincidentally because you got here, just like in the first or something. Because otherwise this would be a mess to write. I mean, what?
Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different.
Yeah, that one.
We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
"30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
I guess there was the portal to this place. So, okay, so when Zoralja passed through the portal, this is what I'm guessing now. When Zoralja passed through the portal, this place and the shard, or I mean the source, were not connected yet. And like, since it's now joined to the source, time is now connected, I guess. And thus, presumably, Zoralja is at least somewhat responsible for this being here, so he could go back and conquer the world or whatever. Because he was given the ability to understand the technology as well, as something Sven has already said. So
it's not unlike how time passes differently in the first and the source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence.
Hey look, he said temporal equivalence.
Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Meaning this is another a piece of another reflection, or do you suppose time is still passing faster in here? Let's make them address it. Is time still passing differently in here?
I was able to make contact with Yestola not long ago via link pearl.
Oh right,
so
that's
there shouldn't
true.
be cause for concern.
Hooray! Equivalency!
And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the source's temporal flow.
Okay, well, they're addressing it. A lot.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sven, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
Alize immediately, like, dispensing with the titles for this person. You know, this makes it even funnier that I chose to use, like, an Alexandrian weapon.
I may yet find
Actually,
familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zoralja.
give Sucro the Steiner emote. Let her hop up and down and make a funny noise.
How we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
How old is Sphene? 3 billion million years old.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care.
Minimum of thousands.
Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
Either that or very young. I'm guessing thousands, though.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
I guess hundreds is also possible. But I think she's older than she looks, parentheses, fantasy. Parentheses, sci-fi. Close 2 sets of parentheses. All right, so you're the hunting mark person in this area, and you are still a Viper.
Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not how I expected to spend my day. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but it hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Tirali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there's no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Tirali have learned a great deal from one another. And I'm sure there's much you wish to learn as well. So please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yuyupe's Halo, it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to Yuyupe's Halo.
So this means that Archeo Alexandria, as seen on the map that we're not supposed to know yet because I looked at the map, is some sort of double time displaced Alexandria, I guess. And yeah, cultural exchange is a major part of all of this for sure.
What do you suppose they keep inside this building? Here we are. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from the workers here. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques, and indeed, the wealth of knowledge she's shared with the other farmers is what's allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sphene, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I'm come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's all right. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here. Nod. You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions. Though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work, too. It would appear we have a permission. So please, walk the grounds to your heart's content. You know, it'd be a funny bit. It'd be funny if Sphene wasn't her real name, and her real name was like, I don't know, Misericord or something. Dagger, knife, Lamberge, any sort of like sword. She's doing a reverse Garnet and naming herself after a gemstone when her actual name is like knife. Yeah. That would be funny. And also everyone already knows and just still knows that she's queen, so it's not really working if that's happening. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sphene company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wuklamot's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. Nod. Misericord is just a cool name for a knife. Which I know primarily because of Elden Ring, I guess. My duties here are quite varied, despite being merely a farmer. We all have to do our part if we're to prosper. It's funny how these farms are like outside of the city limits, so they get extremely dramatic music. Or the outside of the village limits, outskirts. I want to see a cyborg alpaca, I think. Like, I don't think that'll happen, but I'm just thinking about it now. Oh, hey, dodos. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at Yuyopye's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. Wait. Okay, this wasn't my best plan, because I'm not going to be able to tell if this would, like, be like rain, because I'm wearing very shiny clothing already, so never mind. It would be funny if you automatically took your umbrella out if you had that setting, though. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site, then? Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, but much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do.
This will be the entrance to a dungeon in Point X. Maybe. I see it in my mind's eye.
Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... Huh? You wish to know about my job? I tended the fields mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time till I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. And yeah, Razir, absolutely.
That would be the funniest possible thing. Just the Stardew Valley cave is in here.
The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up learning much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow.
I could have talked to people more. If you should ever take an interest in farming, Elias says to a farmer, unbeknownst to them. This is the apparatus used to deliver vegetables, is also a great set of words, I think. Okay, so there's multiple like underground entrances like this, but one of these is absolutely going to be a dungeon or something. By the way, there's an area after this, don't forget.
I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers? Then let us return to Mahusa.
The way they spoke.
Well, what are your impressions of the farm?
I can describe how normal things are. Everything was surprisingly normal. I was amazed that everyone loves their work, or Electrope is quite impressive.
Everything seems pretty normal. Oh, that's comforting to hear.
I'm gonna be... Like, there's a non-zero chance that Sphene is like, haha, I was the villain all along, actually. Like, at the end or something, but I'd be disappointed, I think, if that happened. Also, like, tone and inflection seeming maybe slightly wrong. I haven't picked up on that. And also, like, they are a different society. And also a society that has, like, 30 extra years. Language does change a lot between different places and also over time, so...
Your words serve to affirm that my people do not work with undue strain. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamachi?
You're calling her that already?
What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. that machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. The army, huh? I mean, obviously, but still. Nod. Nod. We could take care of it if you'd like. Nod. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliolal. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Sucro is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gratefully accept. But please take all care. Nod. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. Nod. So, here's my first impression of Alexandria and all of these areas and stuff. My first impression is, I need to know more right now. Tell me all of the information. Not literally, don't tell me anything. I'm saying that to the game. Game, tell me all of the information. I must know more. I also want to know these things. Oh wow, I'm almost level 99. They have a tiny alpaca. That must be from, tiny alpaca minion must be from gemstones in one of the earlier areas. This person says they can tell how fresh vegetables are just by looking at them.
They grow produce inside Everkeep, but it's not the same as the plants originally from Tyrol. Everkeep is the name of something.
Ah, you're both all right, thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed. With this, we won't have to ask Zoralja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough, Mahusa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later. But to speak of the king now...
Shake head.
No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never fail to let us know how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Sphene, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. Ha ha! For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty's committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now I believe we're done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we?
Well, we've already heard about her one wrong decision. Is it? That's an interesting question. She did immediately say, like, yeah, Zoralja showed up and I gave up immediately. Oh. This is a real door. This is a canon Sucra behavior when she discovers an automatic future door, I think. She just does this. I got distracted. But yeah, Sphene already said that when Zoralja showed up, she gave up and like demanded or like made a compromise sort of situation that gave him all the power. Oh, it's a technology tablet. Yeah, she doesn't have resolve, that's true. I love technology tablet. I'll admit I hadn't seen the eyes of Aronique up close until this moment, I don't think. We're gonna take this opportunity to do this. I don't think I'm gonna do a this or that this time. Just think about this animal while I'm gone instead. The animal that you cannot see.
On the Mohs scale, Titanite, aka Sphene, is a 5. This is middle of the road, slightly stronger than steel.
I just had an idea. Let me see. Okay, on the main screen, this is game capture. So maybe what I can do is add this here and shrink it down. Oh no, you can see the chat this way in the game. This is today's game after all. That's not the best and most accurate way to crop the window, but look, think about this animal while I'm away. That's all.
Some further clarification about sphene. The gemstone, titanite, is a source of titanium dioxide, TO2, used in pigments such as chartreuse, but can be brown or black. It is prized for its exceptional dispersive power, 0.051 B to G interval, which exceeds that of diamond. Jewelry use of titanite is limited, both because the stone is uncommon in gem quality and is relatively soft.
Hello, I'm back. Are you thinking about the animal? It looks like you're thinking about rocks instead. You're supposed to be thinking about the animal. So, I have a question for everyone. The animal is self-explanatory, that's fair. At what point does a character become a clear XP? When can we say that Sphene is basically Garnet and check that mark off, or mark that check, or check that box? I don't think she's Garnet enough yet, but like she's clearly alluding to Garnet. Fair. Same role in the narrative, generally agreed upon. Or at least it was agreed upon quickly. I was checking Wicklamott's class name because I'd forgotten it. Intrepid. Like, she doesn't really look like Garnet. It's that, like, her role as a queen and also her name primarily at this time. Actually, when Garnet becomes queen in her like coronation ceremony, she actually doesn't have sleeves, I think. I think she has a vaguely similar dress now that I think about it. On the cloud.
Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now.
I haven't figured out how to do Sphene's voice super well yet either.
My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime.
I want to say that when Garnet is like officially coronated at the end of 9, she has a similar dress actually. There are moments in 9, like after Garnet becomes queen, when she laments that she could not protect her people. Which Sphene has done a little bit, but mostly like Wiclamott is doing that more.
There's so much of Alexandria I'd love to show you.
Yeah, it feels more like a wedding dress, that's for sure.
You hear that?
Hear what?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
Time? No more Once Upon a Time? Well, this is ominous. Wait, on the cloud. Wait. I know
I'm glad you could make it.
On the cloud. The things on everyone's heads, their memories are going to be like uploaded to the database or something. Nod.
Are you with us?
Hmm?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
Or like their soul is
Here, Namika.
wait.
Everything is going to be all right.
Yeah, that bracelet. And also this is okay. Hmm.
Oh, what's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
Wow. I think they're getting me again here.
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
I don't know what plot beats you are referring to. Oh, Neon Genesis Evangelion? I don't know much about that. That's my best guess at what you mean.
Namika, it's me. Wuklamat.
Oh, the mind uploading. Is that a thing they do?
Time with us is nearly at an end.
I didn't know that was a thing in that.
Has she no more soul cells?
No more what now? Would you like to elaborate, worried gentleman?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Disappointed woman.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
The ushers? There's a lot going on here.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
Zucro is still here for some reason. Oh, there she goes. Adding another check mark to the video game makes me cry. Just to keep tally.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
I should disable, like, system sounds or something, maybe, so you don't have to hear this. Dawntrail has made me cry 3 times.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Questioning head tilt.
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
Nod. ×2.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining.
This doesn't count for the Ascian square, I don't think. It's not Ascians mentioned, it's just Ascian will speak later. But I think that implies an actual Ascian has to be present.
Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm.
Exactly like the Crystal Tower, kinda, but not exactly. Exactly, but not exactly. Similar to, I think the Crystal Tower also did this sort of thing. The Crystarium also had a sort of barrier. Not as prominent of one, perhaps.
The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
Noxious, huh? That's a word that I don't know. Noxious, harmful, or poisonous. Yeah, that makes sense.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder.
Sphene is not telling us things, and I think there's probably reasons for that.
Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs.
You just said a whole lot of things that are interesting. Registered as guests, Solution 9 and its residential districts.
Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father, and to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount.
In other words, yes, kill that guy, please.
I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now,
Also
I am
9
off to
music, by
register
the way.
you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
I'm assuming she can't say things because of, like, Zeralja, surveillance, etc. Speaking of...
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway.
Nod.
Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika?
Oh.
Sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
Oh. Ah. I see.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
That's not what I meant when I said your memories were getting uploaded. Yeah, it sure seems that way. God, they're gonna be like, it's to ensure that people are happy so they don't have any sad memories of dead people. And we're gonna be like, no, stop it. Play Endwalker. Like, I don't fully agree with some of the moral of Endwalker being like, you have to be sad to be happy, but still.
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud.
Yeah.
Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
That's concerning. Hey everyone, let's talk about how concerning that is. I've never seen nor heard of anything like this before. You are right. He did get an evil Viper super mode, and the head gadget did move. So this was kind of being... You are not wrong. This was kind of foreshadowed by job mechanics.
As far as I could tell, Pepone genuinely had no recollection of Namika. We'll see how it is with other people. This is very unsettling. What's going on? How could Pepone suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetheryte.
Yeah, no one's recognized Kryle's earring yet either, that's true. I did say, no, Kryle, use it as identification earlier, like half-jokingly, but that doesn't really count for anything. Also, it's raining. So yeah, it's safe to say nobody's gonna... We haven't seen a Lalafell except for the Uldan merchant for this entire... and Kryle for this entire time until just the second. Well, that's something. Well, it's probably not really something, actually. It's vaguely interesting. Yeah, we did see Kryle's parents briefly.
An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help.
Probably Alexandrian, yeah. So it's not really that surprising, it's just like... notable. I mean, we already know that places merged together in some way, so... It's just a realization I had upon seeing them, I suppose.
What's that? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name. I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she'd spent time here, I'd remember. Like as not, this Namika is up in the cloud.
So this is just an accepted thing that is widely known. You were literally in the room with Namika.
I do recall caring for someone until recently. And you say that it was a woman named Namika? I can't say for certain if it was her, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. It's not common, but it does happen from time to time.
It's not common, huh? Information gained. And yeah, they keep some memories in some way. Many things are unclear. And I need to know all of the information from the game and not, don't tell me the information. I'm sure we'll learn some of this.
So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of ether corresponding to the act too, and I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pepone seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed. If we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kashua. I forgot how to say her name already. Kafika, I think it was. Kafika instead. It's being said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. Wait. Heck was that? There was a funny creature. There is a funny creature. I'm sorry? Impossible! Is this Vivi? Unidentified floating object. Huh?
Beep.
Erenville just staring at this thing for like 30 seconds and going, huh? Is pretty good.
Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We'd better destroy it.
Wuklamat, what are you talking about? Yeah, I could tell it was translucent because of the screen being visible from both sides.
Ah!
This is the Vivi. I found Vivi. Baby.
Should we give chase?
The idea of this thing being dangerous is comedic.
I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Erenville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. Well, if it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try and track it down.
Yeah, also Erenville? Great question. Erenville, followed by several question marks, continues to be a good question, it turns out. I'm just observing fates. Various hunters. Got my eyes set on you.
It's faster than it looks. I do not see it. No sign of it over here. That voice. Could it be?
Erenville? Erenville, you heard it say like one thing. Erenville, did your mother get turned into a weird robot somehow? Gasp! Orb spotted. The orb is retreating into a cave.
You found it! Or you found it? Went into a cave. To the northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. The stones in these crates, could it be turquoise? So it went in here. An old coal mine. It appears to have long since been abandoned, like so many other places. I think it's safe to assume it went into the mines. I heard faint voices coming from inside. So it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course? This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. Earth and sky. Oh, funny wind orb. And a bat. An aggressive bat. A rarity in this game. It would appear no one has worked these tunnels in quite some time. I'm not worried. We had to improvise countless times before, after all. A device made with electrope. Seems to be the only one here. This tunnel just keeps going. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. I can't make out their conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard. Nod. Well-timed music. Fade. It's funny how we're portraying the funny orb as super menacing.
What is this?
Person in the background. Ah, people with guns.
It really is you!
Huh?
Great. Huh?
Who?
I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Olympia!
Ma'am, you're gonna have to explain. A lot.
My darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fuzzy
Oh my
little
god!
butterfly. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
You can't call Erenville my fussy little bun, Erenville's mother. That kills me immediately. Also,
My fussy little bun.
this will also kill Erenville immediately in about 2 seconds. And you can call it out. I'm not putting that in. I don't think I'm gonna put that in the haiku. Fussy little what? Erenville has died inside.
Why the long face?
that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galul Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elenesphere was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you knew my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
Does that count as Aaronville setting a record for world's longest sigh? Because that was a regular sigh, but he actually voiced a sigh, so, you know. I don't know what counts for that square. I think he needs to be like, or something like that. But we'll see. We'll think about it. What's the longest sigh we're getting out of him? Maybe. I'll count it. I think internally he's sighing more. Probably. I'll count it. Doing pretty well so far. I got the impression that he would be sighing at Wuklamat's antics constantly.
I'm sorry?
Oh, but this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Elenesphere are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
So this is a bunch of people rebelling against Alexandria for some reason, maybe. God.
Just when I thought
Yeah,
I was
maybe she
starting to
would.
get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
Sukro is just like, her expression is... Huh? Lo-fi? A lo-fi beat? A lo-fi beat of FF9 remix? This is Tantalus?
Lo-fi beats to plan overthrowing governments too.
No, not Garlemald. This is the Tantalus theme. From 9. Okay, now we officially have a 9 remix that's definitively a remix. Yes, this is the Tantalus theme. Hold on. Allow me to... Let me find it on the... Let me find the Tantalus theme on the internet. I will do this without getting blasted, because I know where to look. Tantalus is the gang of thieves that Zidane is in, that disguise themselves as a theater troupe and are like noble thieves and stuff. So I think there's several variants of this throughout the game. Oop. But if I mute 14 for a second, this might be loud. Ah, it's very loud. Okay. Whoop. You could hear it there already. Original FF9 version of Tantalus theme. Labeled as Outlaws in this Square Enix official soundtrack. I think this is generally the Tantalus theme. I don't know if there's other variants of that motif. I'm gonna do a scroll through here. Tantalus's theme. Okay, yeah, it's the motif for Tantalus. There's variants of it. Ooh, the saxophone, right? Nine has a good soundtrack. Did you know this? Alright, back to 14 though. I did not expect lo-fi Tantalus. Wow, okay. The Alligans had machines that could be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar to communicate with us? I can't say I understand what's going on, but at least Kafika is safe. Oh, hello. Have to stay vigilant at all times. Still some life left in this. So this is the Earth and Sky hideout, is what it says. I don't know if that means Earth and Sky is the organization. Wait. I think this is Crystarium. Hold up. Etymology of Tantalus. A Greek king known for his attempt to hoodwink the Olympian gods. Tantalus was placed in the underworld. So yeah, this has nothing to do with anything really, in this case. Just checking if there was some connection to Earth and Sky, or if this is just like being used as outlaw theme. I'm sorry, your names are Geode and Nostalgia? That's awesome. Always too much excitement with her. Sorry for drawing our weapons on you. If it's any consolation, this is all rather confusing to us as well. Young adult dystopia side characters. That's funny. Is this like a super future coffee machine? Because there's a bunch of like sacks and stuff next to it that could very well be coffee grounds and the like. I had FF9 Remix on the bingo card, but I'm still surprised by Lo-Fi Tantalus. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. Wait, I didn't speak to her. I forgot. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what's happened, we'll need to ask her. Hold on, I forgot to actually speak with Floating Orb. Come, come, make yourselves comfortable. Fair. Oh, level 98. A level at which I get nothing. Gone and forgotten.
Let's hear what she has to say.
Well, there's another side from Erenville, in dialogue at least. Oh, a map. And there's the coffee. The levels aren't uniform for all jobs, though.
It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldessian. It's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations.
Questioning head tilt?
We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion we call ourselves. And our goal is to thwart Zeralja's ambitions for conquest.
Okay, so if your resistance organization is named Oblivion, that is connected to the etymology of Tantalus a little bit. Because, like, both are, like, hellish, kinda. Actually, now that you bring up the word Reaper, I think the Reapers also wear this gear. Now that I think about it.
As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose.
What, are you theater troupe by any chance?
And that is? As I expect you'd already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then, does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zeralja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome.
Kafika 100% has a stream deck that she pushes to change the emotions of her VTuber model. Source, I have experience in this matter. I think I forgot to read that dialogue.
None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work?
Oh, there's one on the table.
You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro-technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do?
Gosh, her robot that she's piloting is a little bit Calico-like in shape. In that it's orbicular, I guess.
Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends the soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls?
Yeah, exactly.
They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that's lost due to sudden death, such as an accident. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though.
We did see 2 souls get extracted from someone. Maybe.
Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties.
Oh, great. You get more extra lives the more the society judges that you're a good worker. Great. This is bad.
Souls is a common resource and payment for services rendered.
Yeah, this is bad. That's no good.
The Voidsent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect that the act comes with some risk.
Sukro is thinking. Sukro is remembering 0. I was not expecting remembering 0 in this. And various of 6.x. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self, or wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? Yeah, they have already been proven wrong. I don't like the wording of the consciousness of others corrupts your own. Diluting your sense of self is a little bit more something.
Wouldn't it change your sense of self?
And they're using the music from 6.x and stuff.
That's prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role.
Oh. So the reason nobody remembers a person is because their soul is like... Their soul is being reset to nothingness, and that like erases them from memory or something. Like their soul gets reformatted like a USB drive or something. External drive. That sort of thing. SD cards. That's the impression I'm getting from this, anyway.
Memory management, and the reason everyone's forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So this is what is meant by their memories being in the cloud.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, and an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul's temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul.
So when we saw two things get extracted from someone, wait. That could have been memories and soul. So they really are like reformatting souls to be blank. They're extracting the data, as it were, from the soul and storing it on a backup cloud server, which they literally call the cloud. And there's the soul. But what's the orange one that we also saw? And there's a soulless soul.
The results of fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption.
Oh, hey, you're wearing the PvP gear. This raises questions about the PvP gear.
Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to the Yakui philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mountain death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could, so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that the Turali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others.
Note, Sphene also did not have a regulator.
Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zoralja.
Never compulsory, but also, yeah. That's a good point. Never compulsory, but also we give you a resource that's worthless unless you buy into the system. How interesting.
Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she's given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators.
Yeah.
Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things.
Also, Erenville and Kafika's accents are like completely different. I mean, that's probably reasonable. That can probably happen, especially with the time spent and all that. Just an observation.
Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right. But however you feel about them, it'd be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. He could be doing the accent on purpose, that's true. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. I can't wait to meet a character named Blank, or Cinna, or Marcus, or Zidane, or Baku in 2 seconds, maybe. Of all the members of Tantalus in 9, Blank would be the name that fits in the most here. I think. Take care not to get struck by lightning out there. One fellow reckoned you could dodge them by jumping back the instant there's a flash, but that's crazy if you ask me. Final Fantasy X infamous minigame reference? What? In just this incidental dialogue, an FF10 joke is here too. Why not? I've never played 10, but I know about a lightning minigame existing. Firearms make the most sense for people who don't have combat training like us. That's why we salvage as many as we can from the mechanical soldiers and convert them for our use. Nostalgia is my twin sister. Like most people, we both used to wear regulators, but, well, let's just say a lot happened. There's like an entire fascinating RPG worth of story between these two. And also Geode, probably. These two NPCs have like a backstory that we won't know until Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 5 or something. To alter the memories of the populace with such precision is no small feat. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept the idea of using souls as a resource. Alize, never play Dark Souls 1 through 3, please. Or Demon Souls. What does she intend to show us? We're to see how the regulators work, but how? So those regulators are to blame for everyone forgetting Namika, but forgetting what a wonderful person she was. Everyone here? Good. It's the responsibility of the Thunderyard's hunters to fell any fiends found wandering in the area. We're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Striker, one of these hunters. Okay. Striker. Interesting. Wow, that weapon sounds like nonsense to me. Defective sentries, huh? Is that good? What do you think is in this box? I'm guessing food. Muklamat, are you just hungry? Judging by its name, I take it this facility's for gathering lightning energy. Stryker will show you what life can be like wearing a regulator. Well, I'm not blind to the potential benefits of these regulators. The risks inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated. Never mind the ethical considerations of using souls in such a fashion. Given the opportunity, I should very much like to study Electrope on behalf of the students.
Science nerds are pondering science. Is this the first Elysian we've seen this entire... I think this is the first Elysian we've seen this entire time, except for the twins and Estinian. And we have not heard of Elysian existing here.
Kafika, what are you doing here, and with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work.
Oh, right, the one Potsworn. Yeah. Yeah. But, like, so this confirms, I guess, that Lalafels and Elysian exist in Alexandria. For whatever that's worth. It doesn't really matter that much, I guess. But, like, and also them being here confirms that they exist here, I guess. But
hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess.
In Dissidia Final Fantasy NT, when Titus summons Ramu, he says show them how hard it is to dodge lightning. As an allusion to this mini-game. Lol.
Okay, I did not expect Calico to say Ramu correctly. And I'm also, in addition, glad that she said lol. I appreciate this.
Hold on, I assume they were wearing special regulators like Queen Sphne's crown.
Oh. Well, Queen Sphne's crown is a special regulator, got it.
But they aren't wearing anything at all.
So, Sphene has a special regulator, huh? I'm going to assume that that means that she's been queen for like 1 billion years, and anyone who puts on the crown becomes her, because it works in reverse. This is my new random guess. So exactly who Sphene is physically has been different repeatedly, is my assumption based on that. Just a random guess, though.
They aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I'll take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Kafika said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard the place? Guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. Special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either.
Special selection? What, do you get given souls that are worth like a whole bunch and you can also exchange them for a weird spell or weapon or something?
I brought this lot here to see the danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course. In which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You can all handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance he'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can.
I can't wait to see iconic Final Fantasy IX monster Zagnol show up for no reason. That's like the only Final Fantasy IX monster I could immediately think of that I would consider like important, but not like in a boss fight way. My fussy little bun was never any good at fighting, and this body of mine isn't suited to it either. We leave this work in your capable hands. I'm afraid I must leave the fighting to you. Days of Thunder. Is this Agnol very electricity based? I guess it is. I didn't remember.
The Zignal can use Electrocute to charge itself up. Once electrocuted, it counters all attacks with Thunder that hits all party members. In the Festival of the Hunt, the player can steal the useful needle fork for Kina from it, and the outcome matters for the winner calculations, which determines the prize the player gets. In some versions, Freya cannot deal the finishing blow on the beast unless Zidane is KO'd.
That's true. And the reason that you'd want Freya to win is because you get a good accessory if that happens. And if Zidane wins, you get Gil, because Zidane has one brain cell. And it either says girls or money, depending on how he's feeling. Gil obviously is a resource that's like easy to get more of. Vivi can win the festival and get you a card, that's true. Which is not particularly valuable because playing Tetramaster is a nightmare, and one card will not save you. Gasp. That's close to a Zagnol. But it's not one. It's a Catoblipus. This one will do nicely. Oh, you're a monk. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. I don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Oh no! Look out! Ah! Oh, she's gonna get a power-up, because she has a special soul. 12 preserve. She needs healing! Why are we surprised by this? That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Yep.
To the stars.
A bit early.
Proper procedure. I'm interested in this. I hate that hedgehog.
Destroy!
A bit early. But I hate that hedgehog was pretty funny. So Zeralja also did this. So this is a thing that you can do if you use special souls.
Just like Zeralja. Come on, let's get out of here.
I don't know why I've decided this is the voice of Strika, but it is now. Until she proves otherwise.
That's also a function of the regulator.
You know, so the regulator, huh? Doesn't that just mean that, like, I understand the power of it is significant and it gives Zeralja a lot of power, but it also gives him literally a glowing weak point. We would just need to take out the regulator and then him, right? Like, maybe they're indestructible or something, I don't know. And a limited resource, that's true.
I think I understand now how Zeralja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa. But I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the Serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same.
Oh. You literally go beast mode, okay, then.
So you crossed paths with one of the King's elite? Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same, in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of peoples and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about these souls of beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you'd grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Striker. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Teeth might become fangs, your nails claws, too many and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Scent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends.
Yeah, there's a little bit of, oh no, how terrible. I could become a beast-like person, oh no. But like, I assume it does something to your mental state as well, which would be less desirable.
A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. Civilizations and their reflections are surprising indeed.
God damn it, Graha. I didn't even think about that. Graha. Calling back to very precise wording. Well, alright. Time to update the bucket list as well while we're here. Alrighty then. Every check mark on this one is going to look different. Ta-da! That's funny. You gonna flashback to Emmett Selk now? No. Does that mean Emmett Selk specifically knew about this society or something else? The bucket list has been there for a bit.
When Emmett Selk spoke of surprising civilizations and other reflections, I wonder if he had Alexandria in mind.
Okay, fine. You're going to bring that up directly. I think we're going to see the Treasure Islands first. Here's my reasoning. That sounds more like a side area or dungeon type of place. Going to Mericidia and learning aught of its present state of affairs sounds way more involved.
I understand this is part of their culture, but it's no less disconcerting.
Yeah, it's like an expansion level involved.
Having seen the beauty of the ethereal sea firsthand, I simply can't accept what they've done here in Alexandria.
The defective sentry is going. They've stopped going.
Sphene speaks of lived experiences that suggest she's far older than she appears. Considering the power of these regulators, perhaps it's not so far-fetched. I've never seen it for myself, but it's said that if a beast soul is potent enough, a single soul is enough to induce a monstrous transformation.
Alright, so stay tuned for this as phase 2 of a trial. Zeralja is going to use a super monster soul and become a dragon or something. God, if the expansion fork was that extreme, that would be really interesting and very different from what they've done.
While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now the important thing we know is we know what power Zeralja has at his disposal.
Was it an Endwalker? I mean, kinda. I guess so. Because you could... You're right, actually, yeah.
It is one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliola's concern. With his newfound power, Zeralja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost.
The worth of a soul. Dome Breaker? You can't just give me the title Dome Breaker. You can't just give me that title. It's too silly. We've been over this. I wish to go to the dome and break it! Exactly. Well then. So the game considers this a break point in terms of achievements, but I don't want to stop. Embracing Oblivion. And Shortcake. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. So I'm guessing that the mechanical guards and whatnot are like powered by blank souls. And thus they're either going to like, some of them are either going to accidentally develop a personality or regain memories. And that's how the Black Mage parallel is going to show up. Assuming that it will. What does Lamachi wish to discuss, I wonder? I'm imagining every time you have to reply to my speculation with an interesting theory, you're like vibrating increasingly rapidly in your seat. 'Tis well that we could see firsthand how regulators are used. To draw upon even the souls of fiends, I shudder to imagine how powerful Zoraljia could become. Yeah. All the knowers are vibrating, is all I'm saying. I understand their argument that we should keep an open mind if this practice is integral to their culture. Every fiber of my being rails against it. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolo and Alexandria. And while Zoraljia knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower Everkeep. Nod. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kafika and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust. But the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoraljia. Sphene, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? Nod. It's simple, really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. And knowing Zoraljia, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Nod. Hold on, there's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliolo. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Kafika, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zoraljia for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? If it's a trap, we'll deal with it when it's sprung, or I trust you as well. I trust you too. That's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Smile. Smile. Then it's settled.
Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies.
I really want to know what the level 97 dungeon weapons look like for all of the jobs. That'll be fun to find out eventually. Once I don't care about spoilers. Also, we've only had like one trial so far, by the way. Don't forget. So what's that? What's the deal with that?
Well, I'm all for dealing with Zeralja. We need to consider how our actions may affect ordinary Alexandrians. They're not the enemy, after all. I agree with Wuklamat. It's a gamble regardless of whether or not we choose to work with the people here, and more knowledge is better than less.
That's a good question. Actually, I could just check. Or like 89, I guess it would be in that case. Support. Yeah, it was 89.
Oh, hello again. The wildlife can be very dangerous out there. You need to take care if you don't wear a regulator. You understand how regulators work now, I trust. It's one of those things that's best seen in action. The vow of resolve is possessed of conviction and flexibility both. If the tales are true, she learned much in the course of the rite of secession.
I think I also called this shot a little while ago, like Zeralja is 99 and then whoever is behind everything is 100. Got Alexander's Soul OS. Yeah. Can't believe we're gonna fight the Heart of Nova. It was Kirby all along.
I'm unaccustomed to seeing her make decisions like a ruler. Better that than her former vacillating self, though. With the resources at their disposal, I'm hopeful that Kafika and her people will make great allies. Kafika, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zeralja.
What? I thought he was your brother.
Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zeralja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all.
She keeps saying, become what you must. Yeah, like do what I must, etc. Right, they did reveal Eliminator before. I forgot. That could be a trial. I forgot about Eliminator.
I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you.
I just noticed that the twin sisters have like red streaks in their pink hair also.
As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action.
Are we at 98 MSQ or just 97 actually?
Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. Nod. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Nod. Nod. Thank you, Kafika. Everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. And let's not waste any time. I've been wondering about Zoralja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level. But while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zoralja will eventually march on Tuliolo again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. Much thinking. No. He'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliolo. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving itself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of secession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in the confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliolo again just like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliolo requires that Zoralja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Stola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. Seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zoralja to move, you do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. Heh, you'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. About that. Sphene said she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. You know this makes sense. Tantalus was directly in Lindblom after all. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. Oh, this is still 97. Okay.
If this isn't their main headquarters, I can't imagine what the actual place is like. It's eerie hearing my mother's voice come from that peculiar machine. The intelligence that Kafika and her people possess will be very useful to our efforts. Between making new friends and entering the towers, I can't help but feel a little excited. Is it just me, or are Erenville and Kafika complete opposites in personality? Nice to meet you. If Kafika trusts you, then so do we. Well, Oblivion has operatives all over. We're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakwe. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayakwe is a Tonawatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tuliolan and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures.
So Nostalgia is an Alexandrian name. And not just like a code name or a moniker or anything of that sort.
They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I'd like to think I carry a part of her with me.
So, what made you decide to join Oblivion?
We wanted to avenge our father.
Oh hey, how thematically relevant.
Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released. But when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators.
Taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. And then dead. Ambrose. I don't know why you're going, oh, but I'm guessing you realized something.
We'd already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now, everyone who'd known him. That bastard! Even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for our father, we joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together we'll avenge your father.
Nod.
Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes.
They do have an entire backstory, but we get to learn it now. Or at least some of it.
You introduce yourself too. Go on.
Nod.
It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawatan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone is so nice. Everyone's so nice, you'll love it.
Yeah. Nod.
And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts all.
The back room? Oh no. Insert creepypasta jokes here, I guess.
Eleneshpia, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kafika. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. ... That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh?
Smile.
Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like.
I love nostalgia as the name for someone, I think. Oh, is it time for Meanwhile? Meanwhile, they never keep. It's time for Meanwhile. Oh, well, there's the souls.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming.
Yeah, presumably.
But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me.
Your realm lay on the brink, huh? I mean, I guess you were defending from, calamity.
Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wook Lamont and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He desperately needs what he is to mean something. Yeah.
Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wook Lamont, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliolal.
Hey, at least this makes it pretty clear that Sphene doesn't like this guy, because this is a scene where it's only the two of them. Also, I'm guessing that that room was soul storage, previously mentioned in a random sign that was very concerning in pre-release material. By the way, you'll want to watch yourselves around the mechanical soldiers roaming outside. They're malfunctioning and may attack unprovoked. My sister is something of an introvert, so I take it on myself to watch over her. By the same token, though, she's extremely cautious and observant.
That makes her great at reconnaissance. They say the sky outside the barrier is truly beautiful. I'd love to see it one day. 12 help her if she's mentioned anything embarrassing. At long last, we're entering the tower. Not that I'm excited or anything, not unduly. Nostalgia and Wayakwe remind me of Alphino and myself. Similar, but so very different. We should chat sometime, trade twin tales. It takes no small amount of courage to oppose Zoralja and his army. The members of Oblivion must be driven indeed.
Solution 9! Yeah.
Right. Kafika is waiting. Let's head to the tower.
We're about to actually get to Solution 9, everyone. Maybe. I'm now wondering if it's going to have like a Lindblom remix when we get in there on account of... Oh? Okay, so like there's ether currents there, but also, you know what? Those can wait actually. From outer space. I've been doing ether currents as they've been unlocking, but I want to see Solution 9. We'll get there like next stream or something. It's fine. Sukra wants to see the city. I want to see the city. Someone's chocobo just evaporated nearby. Get out of here, defective turret. Visitor detected. Verifying access rights. Error, no data found, etc. On my other character, who I never play as anymore, my chocobo is named Archimedes. Boaster's pretty good too, I think, but yeah.
Ah, there you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in.
Ha! Right, I forgot about that.
And if she hasn't? Then you may have a swarm of Zoralja's minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if Sphene has betrayed us, eh?
Nod.
Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass if you'd be so kind.
Outrunner guide unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified. Verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene.
What a relief.
Nod.
There you have it. Seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits. Unless the city itself is the final zone, there's still a zone after this, all of this. Don't forget. It's gonna be like the top of the plate or something. I don't know. Here it is.
Everkeep, a tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Well. Ah, right. Yeah, you didn't see the previous stuff.
Isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction.
A lot of people, when they saw this in the live letter, thought it was PSO.
Technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliolo.
Okay, Kafika actually does have a bit of Erenville's accent now that I'm hearing her speak more. It's just a little bit more difficult to discern through the filter. A lot of people compared it to PSO1
I go and
even.
explain the situation to those in the back room? Why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zeralja's dominion, do you not?
Okay, I think Kafika actually has sort of what I was going for with that other person that Erenville knew, where like the accents are blending together. I'm having a lot of trouble remembering names and stuff, but I think they're actually doing the same thing I was doing for that person, which is fascinating. You had me at explore, or we do need to better understand who and what we're dealing with.
You had me at explore.
Zuko loves to explore, I guess.
I had a feeling you'd be king.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Can we assume from everyone wearing the PvP fashion that there's like a convergent evolution of fashion? Spinning around in circles nonstop, maybe.
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. Ah, the elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
Okay, so the uppermost level is the actual final zone of the game, and it's the hostile city district. Got it. That's my guess now.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Alizé's also excited.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
God. Graha also very excited.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
That's an interesting question.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
Alize just can't stop grinning. Oh, there they go.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
Good idea, Kryl. I was wondering about that earlier.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Elnishpir, why didn't you mention this sooner?
Yeah, this is 100. Like, I think if nothing else has confirmed this is 100% Erenville's mom, this part suddenly has.
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
Oh, her little pout. Nod. And here we are, actually. Fair skies. Here's the map. By the way, we didn't go to Archeo Alexandria yet. Just pointing that out. Scanning port 9, residential sector. Residential radius 9-11. 9-14. Mosaic. Nexus Arcade. Yo, they got games? Solution 9, Etherite Plaza, Laynode 9. Praxis Park. Resolution. Government Sector. Well, that's where the final boss is. Final boss is the government. Oh, there's a sightseeing log, I guess. Recreation Zone. Neon Stein, that's a bar. The Arcadian. Wonder what that could be. Wonder what that could possibly be. Never heard of this phrase in my life.
Tower's inside a tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came.
I'm taking my time to look around here, thanks. What's up? I see you've got pouch and vial and objects in stock. I don't think we've actually seen the etherite here yet. A beverage for every occasion. Oh yeah, there's the etherite. I guess that does look super weird. How about that? So how many seconds do you think passed between the first person reaching Solution 9 and the demand for player housing in the residential district because it has the phrase residential district in it? Immediately 0 seconds? Yeah, probably. Ah. 0.002 seconds. Oh, that's cute. There's a forecast terminal instead of a Skywatcher. Hey, there's a minion of that one boss, huh? Oh, the forecast terminal's got a robot bird on it. Like a super high-tech weather vane. That's adorable. I love you, forecast terminal. Oh, they have a flag. It's difficult to make out what it is, but they have a flag. A bespoke flag for Solution 9 and Heritage Found. Man, maybe I should just allow Wooklamat to tell me where to go instead of like wandering off on my own. I see. At least for now. At Crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where I should go. Yeah, please teleport accurately, yeah. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. I can't help but wonder if there's a different daytime and nighttime theme here when it's not at all obvious when it's either of those. Oh, we found commerce.
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
Oh, Sphene is here. Got the
Sphene.
The FF9 like this like ballroom theme kicking in is funnier than it should be.
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
I don't even remember where this actually plays in 9. I think this is like really early on when you're trying to find Garnet. Maybe.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Yeah, she is. It's her favorite set of tunes. The thing is that this theme doesn't play very often
I know
in
you've
9.
scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
I think this plays once. I want to say this plays one time in 9. And never again.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one.
Yeah. It could mean something. I don't know. I saw an advertisement for a car.
I want you to make peace with Zeralja.
Nope, not happening. Impossible.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods.
You just really hate violence.
Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste.
We've had plenty of time to think about this.
Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
Oh, that too, I guess.
I appreciate your concern, but you asked the impossible. Zorolja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well.
Also, yeah, like, we don't need a regulator. We've got the Echo. That is something that we could bring up, maybe.
Let me say only this, then. Zoralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
What a thing to say.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihyolal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Nod.
Please.
Don't worry, I'll be there. And I'm a cat. With immense power.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around?
I mean, you just did.
Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well, I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
She also has roses on her necklace, I just noticed, and roses are at least of some thematic importance in 9 as well. In that, Rose shows up in the name of every Beatrix theme. I mean, that's kind of a stretch to be like, it's more 9 references, there's a flower! But just pointing stuff out that I noticed.
With Sphene as our guide, we needn't fear getting lost.
The Queen's Tour. Tell me about Pioneer 2 or whatever.
Let's begin then, shall we? I must say I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin.
Yeah, Canary would also be a relevant thematic thing to mention. Is Queen's Tour a chess joke? I don't know chess that well.
While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near ley nodes, what you call aetherites. Remember this and you won't lose your way.
Okay, so they have a different name for aetherites. Ah, I see.
Now then, seeing as it's right here, I will show you the Nexus Arcade first. Please follow me.
If we walk in there and we see like the gold saucer mini games exactly, either like the normal ones or, well, there's a car over there. I don't know if that's anything. It's comedy time in the Nexus arcade.
This complex is home to all manner of shops. From food and daily necessities to technological conveniences, you can find most everything here. Everkeep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing! How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from that strange metal? What's it? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electro. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. Gasp. By etching arcane circuits upon it, electrope can be used to convert lightning energy to those of other elements. Interesting. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required from the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can also be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind while projecting light with lightning, it's possible to alter one's appearance. Yeah? Is that so? Just casually dropping that here, yeah? It's almost scary what you can do with electro. If such a wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it.
Well, about that, apparently. Like, the pause in music cutting back to the comedy music really is something.
This shop over here, what does it sell?
Yeah, you know what? Gee, I wonder why there was an electric calamity. Or a lightning calamity that deleted most of their world. And then Alexandria was the only place left. You know, also, actually, that in itself is also Final Fantasy IX, because in Final Fantasy IX, Alexandria also blows up everything else. Thanks to Kuja and Braun. Or Brane, depending. So, you know, that's something.
Ah, yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting.
It perfectly fits in line with my idea of the water calamity being caused by Pressure Washer Simulator being an Ascian plot? What? Does it? Maybe I forgot details of my idea, but... Does it? That's... Interesting. even here, Rowena. Ganister. A lot of people here have like really stylish hair highlights going on. Also, yeah, like Electrope being everywhere is interesting and surprising. Actually, wait, hold up. I think this hair color is literally inaccessible by players. I don't think you can have hair this saturated. Or highlights this saturated as many of these people have. I'm pretty sure these people... They use their advanced technology to put RGB sliders in character creation. We don't get that. And that's a fascinating question.
What's all this? This shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? I can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were too in the beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I'll purchase it.
Welcome, friends. How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time.
Is one of them weird pickles? Select an item that interests you. Slab of pink hexagons. Liquid-filled pouch. Long rectangular bar. Hexagon patterned bag. Black and yellow tin. You can look at all of these. Yeah, that makes sense.
The synthetic fruit pellets? They're our best approximation of the taste and texture of grape.
Wait. This is a grape joke? Oh no! The grapes!
I've never tried the real fruit, so I can't say how faithful they are, but there's no denying their popularity.
I shan't choose the grapes, says Sucro.
Ah, the revivifying tonic. I take it you're thirsty. The flavor is a sublime blend of sweet and salty, and it stays fresh for over 10 years thanks to the special container.
Tell me about rectangle.
Keen on the perfect meal bar, are you? It's all the nutrients your body needs packed into a single foodstuff.
Is this Archon loaf?
The flavor is formulated to never taste dull, and one bar will satisfy you for a whole day. Many folks prefer this to taking multiple meals.
I wish I could have something like that instead of food, to be honest. Tell me about... Yeah, I can believe Archon loaf will never taste quote-unquote dull as well.
Ah, yes, the salad paste.
Placing my hands on my desk like I'm about to, like, give a PSA or something. I don't know why. This is a combination of words that I've never considered before, and it's got to be one of the most unappetizing sets of 2 words that I've ever heard in my life. Salad paste. Salad? Yeah, salad can be good. I like a good salad. Paste. Salad paste. No. Bad. And it's a diet food. This is designed for those who are concerned about their figure. With its blend of 9 varieties of vegetables, it'll help your efforts to slim down. Fashion models swear by it, and you can't get enough of the stuff either. And yeah, it's in a bag. Yeah, that's true. Everything about the salad paste is the most concerning thing I've ever seen. As of right now. As of today. It has a nozzle? I thought that was like a clip.
This here is cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a sight more affordable.
Ah, it's Beyond Meat or whatever.
This particular product is known as Gold Label, and it's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken grown at the plant on the 4th level.
What do you mean grown? I'm taking the meal bar, I think. I mean, that is like a thing, I guess, but like grown is a concerning word to attach to meat still. I'm a little tempted to take the salad paste so that we hear more about the worst food ever invented by anyone, but also no thank you.
Well, they're all very tempting. I'm going to have the steak. I'm absolutely starving.
I knew you would.
Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we've had newcomers, and I'd love to see your reactions,
says Gannister, trying not to start snickering. Oh, look, we have a crowd.
This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture, Sucro. Let's dig in.
Nod. And so, Sucro ate the...
All right, here I go.
Silverware confirmed? Following Wuklamat's lead, you sample your selection. Crunch.
Amazing! I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like Ronique, and the spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day.
And cut to Sucro and she's dead on the ground. No, okay.
Don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction.
And how about you? I wasn't expecting it to be good. It's fantastic. It's pretty good. It's interesting. I wonder if you get the same selection of responses no matter what you choose.
It's pretty good. I thought it was all right. Ha! It's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back. Though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliolo first arrived, we endeavored to learn about one another and embraced our differences. Ah, right. What about you, Sphene? Aren't you having something to eat too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. All right, but what's your favorite food, if you don't mind me asking?
Well... Realistically speaking, salad paste as it was described is probably not entirely unlike like either a weird vegetable stew or like a weird vegetable soup, but like if the soup wasn't soup exactly. So like it might be okay-ish. I'm hesitating to say this. Soup taste with pudding texture. I'm thinking about this in my mind. I don't like it.
My favorite food? Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favorite food. Huh. Is it such a difficult question? It can be, Wuklamat. It can be. I don't know why Sucro is shrugging. I'm sorry, it's just... when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. Ah, I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. And then everyone laughed and had a good time as the camera panned back ominously to... a child? For some reason? Wait, yeah, blue scaled, huh? Is that significant? My favorite food? That's a question I may never be able to answer. Zeralja may have cloned a child. I'm gonna BRB and not do this or that again. Everyone just enjoy the chill beats for a second.
Hello, I am back. I think Zero should visit Solution 9 and try salad paste and tell us what she thinks about it. She probably would. It's the literally the opposite of spice, maybe, yeah.
I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well. Next, I was thinking of showing you the residential sector. But it's in part so I can tend to personal matters. It's a visitation, to be precise, and I believe it will be educational for you as well. Would the two of you mind accompanying me?
Not at all.
Wonderful. Let me know when you've seen enough here, and we'll make our way. I was just wondering what kind of homes they have.
If it's a bunch of pods that people sleep in, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be like, ah. Probably. Anyway, time to look around. Squirrel. Or some... Wait, no, this isn't... This is specifically... I feel like this is specifically an FF9 squirrel. I think that's a moo. I think. One of the fairy monsters? Like, is it specifically the friendly moo? Huh. Ah, I'm being advertised cubes. I'm pretty sure Moo was the squirrel, but I might be wrong. I forget. I think the buffalo sheep was like Mutan or something. It was a similar name. Oh, Yan. There's actually environmental noise of this platform rotating. They didn't need to do this. Yeah, there's Moo. Also, this car is ridiculous. Air Wheeler Dealer. Oh. You can just freaking buy one for 7.5 million gil. As you can see, I have 1.0 million gil. I am notoriously, amongst myself only, terrible at money in this game. I desperately hope Ragtime Mouse is in here somewhere. Yes. Hey, did you know? Final Fantasy IX also contains these transportation pods. Yeah, that motorcycle is a mount. We've seen people use it, actually. May as well get a new chair. Hey, what's this outfit with the headphones on it? I'm pretty sure, like I said, I'm pretty sure that a lot of these hair colors are inaccessible to players. Go back to that Viera on the couch is a player. Ah, shapes. I love those. I reckon I'll buy a new work desk. Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, player characters absolutely cannot have hair this bright. I'm like 1000% sure of this. The corn servant is what clued me into that being a player, because the corn servant's just moving around because it's a minion. But yeah, this motorcycle is definitely a mount. Collectible appraiser. Miscellaneous. Mewa Piara whistle? Oh. I see. I have seen this. I've seen people use both of these pieces. Oh, that's the capybara. Oh. So the capybara whistle requires to Krone scale the serpentine Tyrol Vidral. And to get the suit, you need a gear torn from the mechanical heart of Micah the Magical Moo. Is that so? Hard to miss what? Beryl is a good name for a gemstone trader. And in general. Oh, the squirrel costume, yeah. Whatever this is not open for business. Oh, you're the tombstones vendor then. Probably. So you do have bar and pouch. You're probably tombstones though. I guess I could just buy a better sword. If I wanted to. Rakaznar. It might be a better sword anyway. And shield. No, it's not because it's low quality. Never mind. Never mind. I've made error. That's fine. It's not high quality, so it's not better. Oh, summoning bell. A Blethwaza has materialized from the ether. That's a good sound. I like that sound that it makes. I can't wait for them to start giving me weird and concerning stuff when they hit level 100 and I can get them any gear. Anyways. I think I've looked around the shopping center enough. I guess I have to save up 6.5 million more gills somehow.
Ready? Then let's head up to the residential sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I'd be glad to tell you about any places of interest that we come upon.
Sveen and Wuklamat are now accompanying you.
Lamati trusts you without question. How nice it would be to have such a friend.
Sveen, are you okay? I know that you're not, but I'm gonna ask it anyway.
That meat was so good! I have to get everyone at home to try it.
It'd be really funny if you could unlock like RGB sliders for hair color from here somehow. I don't know why I'm so stuck on the fact that the hair is impossible. It's not like I would change Sucro's hair color anyway. Mosaic. Ah, I see you were enjoying beverage. Someone nearly drove hover cargo into the wall. Welcome to Coffee Zone. If I see a gamer chair, I'm going to log off. Gonna log out of the game immediately. If I see one at any point.
This is Mosaic, a cafe.
I will do that as a bit. I have nothing against gamer chairs inherently. They just seem uncomfortable and they're also inherently funny.
You can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. I see. In Tuliolo, there's a similar establishment called Zabalyap Tea. That's seashell in the local tongue. Is there a story behind the name Mosaic?
Yeah, there's absolutely a high chance of gamer chair.
There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's the hewn, who resembles some Tonawata, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Milala. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose to name the cafe.
Oh, that's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect.
Tacos? A traditional Turali dish and one of my favorite foods. You must try it one day.
Oh, yes, definitely.
We'll make it happen once we've restored peace to Tuliolo. Right, let's continue on.
I would say there is a non-zero chance of Sphene being like an artificial body that cannot have food. Also, yeah, that does make Alexandria make sense in a different context. These cups are so handy. The electrope lining keeps your drink at the perfect temperature. I love to stand around at cafe and loudly announce how the technology of my beverage cup is fantastic. I think both of those people are getting paid because the entire conversation was very... Lalafell Stepstool high technology version. Where am I supposed to be going? Over there, right. Oh, there's probably a transport or like a warp. Right, I should be attuning to aetherites also. I mean, lay point, laying down on a sofa. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Lay notes, that one. I gotta attune to the objects. That person has artificial eyes or something, I think. I'm disappointed that the arcade does not have any games in it. I mean, there's the Arcadium. This seems to be an elevator leading down. I really like the aesthetic of this place. Oh, I thought this was... Oh, it is water. Okay. The outsiders who managed to get past the dome. What? Howdy. Ah, we found the high technology trash location. Yeah, that sounds about right. There is a sort of warmth. I think the music helps a lot too. There's a sort of warmth to the music, I would say. Even though it's chill.
And here we are. These buildings are where our citizens live. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, for just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here at Residential Radius 914. Residential Radius? That's right. Come, the door opens automatically.
People in this city really love coffee. Okay, so some of the robots are used as clerks.
This is the lobby, a common area for residents. I see. And what does that machine there do? Ah, the concierge. They look after the residents. If you require assistance or have questions, they would be glad to assist. Is that so? I have no shortage of questions, but I'll direct them at you for now. By all means, you may consider me your personal concierge. Hey, Sphene, can anyone live in this place? Naturally. In fact, many of your countrymen make their homes here. No matter your origin or race, occupation, or regulator usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. This includes those you met who work in the outskirts. You've taken care of everyone for 30 years. I'm truly grateful.
Current location, Residential Radius 914, Section 02. Visitors must be equipped with a regulator or present a valid visitor permit. Dogs are not allowed on the counter. Please remove dog. Did you put a QR code on your pillow? That's almost a QR code. You can't scan that. It's not actually one. But it sure has the aesthetic of one. You need one or a visitor permit to be quote-unquote fair? I didn't attune to the ether right here, did I? I might have. Also, there's someone I can speak to out here, apparently. Technology's great, but we'll always need trees and plants. That's true. I did attune, okay. There's a non-zero chance that in order to get a visitor's permit, you need to have a regulator, thus causing a loop.
This is the place. Mother and son live here.
All right, is this going to be depressing? Yes. Probably.
Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today. Is that all right?
Nod.
Of course. Friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please make yourselves at home.
Both of those things are possible.
How has Milos been?
Milos, one of those.
There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Hello, Milos. Have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lightning.
Huh. Well, that sentence, like, raises a whole lot of possibilities for things that exist in the worlds of this game, doesn't it? That's a fascinating sentence to just throw in here. Throw up onto the screen, not literally, like, in a vomiting sense. But yeah.
As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing, and even on bad days he can communicate with his eyes.
Oof.
I see. Sphene visits often, does she? She does. Milos simply adores her. Sometimes even manages a smile when she's here.
Yeah.
What of yourself, Isadora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need.
Nod.
I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood?
Nod.
There is nothing you can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or... Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who've met with an accident, they can't reverse the effects of old age and illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear, though. The excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years.
Yeah, Alize could do something to help with this.
It's all my fault. What was that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make it a proper visit next time with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Thank you, Queen Sphene. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy. For your mother and for me.
Oh. Wow.
To think that there was such an illness. My thanks for accompanying me on the visit. The illness is a part of life in Alexandria, and I thought that you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milo smile again.
Oh, there's a better weapon that's actually, like, good.
Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. No, I do this because I want to, so please do not worry. Next I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, we'll need to go by way of Laynode 9, where the Aetheryte is situated.
What an ominous name for a location. I'm gonna go elsewhere, sort of. I want to know about this part over here. The other part of the residential sector. And also the place that it connects to. Because I didn't grab the Aetheryte at the start. Yeah, man? I get it. Lots of people sure like this coffee. Ah, the vending machines. Yo, that's Gimme Cat! Yo! Shoutouts to Gimme Cat! Holy heck. I was not expecting that. So I didn't share a moo on screen, but I am going to post Gimme Cat and you can't stop me. Gimme Cat is just a random super rare encounter in 9 that's like funny and potentially dangerous, but not significant. Here's FF9 Gimme Cat. So, Gimme Cat shows up and pretends to be one of the friendly monsters, asking for like, the friendly monsters in that game ask for like ore and stuff, and Gimme Cat shows up and says, "Give me a diamond." I'm pretty sure. And if you give Gimme Cat a diamond, Gimme Cat leaves and you get nothing, and you just wasted a diamond. If you don't, Gimme Cat spams Comet at you until you're obliterated. I'm pretty sure that's how it works anyway. Gimme Cat is very funny as an enemy. And it's like a really rare encounter in one specific island that's in like, that you never have to go to. Gimme Cat rules. I did not expect Gimme Cat, but that's great. I'm so glad to see Gimme Cat. Gimme Cat and the friendly monsters themselves are probably also...
Gimme Cat is the only enemy that absorbs all elemental damage, including LV4 Holy. It is the only enemy that gives just 1 EXP per character. The player must not give the cat a diamond, as these are only available in limited quantities.
Yep. I forgot about it absorbing all elemental damage. Also, it gives 1 experience, but I think it does give you a lot of AP. ability point. So I think there is a reason to fight it. Technically. Oh, there's like stairs in these. I didn't even think. Drops a lot of gil. That makes sense too. There's also an elevator, but we can't use those. These people love clothes and shopping. Okay, so it gives you barely any ability points, but like... It sounds like, honestly, 5,000 gil I don't think is that much either. So it sounds like Gimme Cat is mostly like a waste of your time on purpose. A waste of your time, parentheses, endearing. Hmm? Oh, huh. Heck yeah, capybara. I guess there could be incidental stuff going on in adjacent apartments as well. Keep trying to sprint when I cannot. I don't think there's a time of day in this place. I think it's just always the same track. Oh, more people are chilling aggressively. What a wonderful evening. Oh, apparently it's evening. There's a breeze apparently also. Oh, a person to speak to directly. The commute from here to work. I wonder where they all work. God, you're right. They are they're also 9. They're 9-11 and 9-14. How about that? Fascinating. I mean, it is solution 9 also, but you know. I love like the gradient in the background. Yeah, for sure. That's true. Don't tell me we need to use that now, or use that now. The conveyor head will transport you to the government sector where Resolution is located. The markings on a conveyor indicate its direction, and there's a pair just like it on the other side. Is it safe? Extremely. There's no need to be afraid. Oh, who said I was afraid? Come on, Sucro. Nod. Welcome to government. Oh, that's their flag. Like if we look over at teleport. I think that's their flag. Okay, maybe not. It's such a small image I can't tell, but that's some sort of relevant symbol. Oh wait, that symbol is on Sven's outfit somewhere. Welcome to the government.
Nothing to it, eh? A child's amusement ride.
You know what amusement rides are?
And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9.
I guess amusement ride is probably a concept that exists in a lot of places. I don't know.
From Resolution, we oversee the running of the district and provide essential services to citizens, such as welfare support and job introductions. It's quicker to show than tell, so let's proceed inside.
Behold, Sucro, it's the government.
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
I'm keen to learn too.
Sucro loves learning. Please dispense knowledge.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while.
God, it would be really funny if a several cutscenes will play in sequence warning appeared in the middle of a cutscene, like right now.
In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago, it said, lightning energy began to swell in our world.
She's playing the FF9 soundtrack again.
According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land.
P.S. FF9 features an important location called Bermesia where it's always raining. Is this anything? So over 1,000 years ago, lightning energy.
4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year.
I don't think they explain at any point why it's always raining in Bermesia, but it's even called like the City of Rain, I think. I don't quite remember.
The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation. Electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before.
Just checking something. Don't mind me. So, I don't know if this is anything, but there is a very rare ore, I guess, in Final Fantasy IX that is simply dark matter, which is like in other Final Fantasies, but it's not. There's only 3 in the entire game. It's one of the few items to have a Tetramaster card. Interesting. But it's not particularly plot relevant or anything, but it's the only parallel I could see. It's kind of a stretch.
Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed Electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking Electrope from others.
Wait, using dark matter in battle made lightning effects? I mean, this might not be dark matter, but it's just a kind of similar-ish to it.
Fighting was isolated and sporadic until Electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then
Oh
in
yeah, it is
every
lightning.
aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor Lindblom
there's
committed
Lindblom.
its stores of Electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction.
God dang it, Regent Sid. Why'd you do this? So, Lindblom is, of course, also one of the major cities and kingdoms in Final Fantasy IX. That's where Sid is at. Sid got turned into an Oglop because he cheated on his wife. So she turned him into a bug and stole his airship. So that's a fun fact for you, I guess. The first time the party tries to fix it, he ends up as a frog instead, and then eventually he becomes a guy. But like, Lindblom was a place of relatively a lot of technology, because Sid was like an airship genius, because he's, you know, he's Sid, so of course. So, you know, this kind of tracks a little bit.
They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
And their weapon was called Atomos or something, maybe. Just throwing that out there, maybe. Or, I don't know. Some other such thing.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
Atomos is not really lightning aspected, but, you know. Put in mind of the flood of light, just like the flood of darkness. Sounds an awful lot like an umbral calamity. Well, it's more reminiscent of the flood of light, to me. Reminds me of the flood of light.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime.
Smile.
But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always.
Hey, the patterns on the back of your dress there that are like above the text look sort of like birds. That's interesting. Just a thing I just realized. I don't know if that means anything. It's just neat. Maybe they're canaries, I don't know.
Seeking a solution, our
You're right, it
scientists
is.
turned once more to electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul.
Final Fantasy IX is a lot about death and the acceptance of that and doing what you can with the time you have.
Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must do something!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena.
It just hit me that violence and blood sport would of course be a thing because it's, in a sense, consequence free here. Of course they die for sport. They don't care about dying as long as they have souls. As a result of their attitudes towards death, death has become trivial and meaningless, ironically enough. Despite how much importance it has to them and their culture, it's meaningless at the same time. Huh. And souls are not an infinite resource.
I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements. That's a very concerning set of two sentences. Like, I know that we know some of this stuff already, but like when you just put it there, we just throw that out there. That's a hell of a lot of something to say, huh? Also, that explains the one boss of the Arcadian that they previewed, actually. Also, also the fact that the Arcadian is going to be a raid series implies that we're just going to we're going to fix this to some degree, but then they're still going to do the Arcadian. And that's a little bit concerning. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
Also, yeah, we're gonna roll up without a regulator and they'll let us compete.
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again. We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9.
Those words
I apologize
are a
for my
little bit
rudeness.
empty, yeah.
Good day to you.
Like, she genuinely cares, but can't do anything.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents.
It's a great sentiment, Sven, but, like, you can't just go up to someone who's struggling and tell them to stop struggling, you know? I mean, that's not exactly what you're doing, but you're saying you can figure something out. You can definitely do it.
See that? Let's keep moving, shall we?
Sven, how much of your relentless positivity is a farce that you're fooling yourself with?
Right. I believe we visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
Like, it's fine to be a really positive person, don't get me wrong, but you can, like, feel the strain of Sven keeping this up, you know? She's forcing herself to smile, I think, basically.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life.
Says the ruler of an extremely technologically advanced society.
Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
She went through like 50 emotions in 1 second there.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
And yeah, the Levin sickness also...
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
Oh, you look very worried and nervous about everything.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import.
She can't tell the truth because she's constantly being observed.
Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour.
Tsukro is suspicious.
Not only about your realm, but you as well.
Return of Suskro.
For now, our priority is Zorolja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiolal.
I'd like that very much.
Tsukro does not think everything is normal. Tsukro is mad a little bit. Wuklamat also sounded very suspicious, so... And now your expression changes completely. Yep. And now you say something ominous. To no one but yourself.
It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path.
Yep. What does that mean, Sphene?
Forgive me, Vau Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
So you're gonna be dead by the end of the game, then? You're gonna sacrifice yourself for some reason. You have a bad ideas plan. Either that or you're gonna, like, do something super evil suddenly. I don't know. Trust level declining severely.
Why was Sphene wanting to tell us, I wonder? Well, he can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now and should probably go to Kafika's meeting point. That'll be the way back we came. That'll be back the way we came, I think.
Sighing. I mean... The reason we can't be told whatever the secret is fairly clear, at least. But I'm expecting this to... I don't know what I'm expecting. I'm expecting that Sphene has bad ideas that are going to cause problems.
Sphene genuinely cares for her people. I can respect her for that. And thanks to her tour, I've come to better understand the lives of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore.
technology. Oh, wait. And then... There we go. I think this is a similar model to one used before. Scales of blue, huh? Oh, 98. Also, it's very late now. But, like, how can you stop playing this game? I don't understand. These are the Skaven weapons? Oh, really? Huh.
So we're supposed to go to a place called True View in the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. You know, once you get used to it, they're actually kind of fun.
Wesker!
Yes, finally! Nero has been called Wesker, as is correct.
Come on, Sucro.
Recreation zone. Truck. Cars. Is that a doorway I can enter? No. Oh, the sightseeing log's up there. I will stop eventually.
And this is the right place, you think?
Nod.
I don't see the others, though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Huh? Sucro, look over there. A Mamulja child. What are they doing here?
Is this Phoebe?
Baby, 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 baby. Tiny baby.
True.
You noticed too, right? The resemblance to Zoralsha. The blue scales of a Bunewa with the features of a Hubio. These can't be a coincidence. At any rate, it wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, let's go after them.
Oh, come on. I can't jump in the garden. There's also some sort of bomb going on here. The heart eye and the X eye is really reminiscent of something, but I don't know what that is. And there's Gimme Cat again. They're not sure how to feel about cultivated steak. Are you... Oh, you're an old lady, Ironheart. Did you get, like, stuck here? Yes, you did. Trapped during your exploration of Yasulani. Some of the information may seem improbable at best. New Dawntrail entries have been added to your sightseeing log. Heritage found upon my golden journey. There are 6 things that they will not tell me where they are at. Naturally. Though the Golden Journey line does make me think, Golden City? Is this not the Golden City then? How interesting. A giant Gimme Cat soda advertisement, and also another creature of some sort. Yeah, we didn't get through here through the gate, that's true. Some of those images are vaguely concerning. But where's Ragtime Mouse? Show me Ragtime Mouse. Lined with bars and fighting stadiums. Multiple fighting stadiums, huh? The district's current name is based on the popular idea that only those who gather in its back alley streets see the truth of the world. The uninspired official name has seemingly long since fallen out of use. Something pretty distinctive is right ahead? Oh. Yeah, the computer tower over there. That being the Arcadium. If that's what you mean. People be drinking in the bar as you do. Well, here's this decal that exists. And that presumably says closed. There's a lot of graffiti going on around here. Succubus. Succubus as seen on all the other reflections that we've seen. Various dinosaurs. I don't know what that says. But it looks like the first 3 letters say wet. And then there's also, oh, that says welcome. Oh, right, yeah, it says welcome. It looked like it looks like a T. Nature restoration sector, huh? There's a lot to look at around here. This person is being menaced by a gang of Lalafels. Some of these storefronts are open? Oh. This person hates this vending machine. Most of these... Oh, there's one that's open. Here's a soul device. There's no one in here, though. As of right now. Oh, you actually can jump up that. I'm surprised. I wonder if there's a jumping quest in here somewhere, or a jumping puzzle. I'm so used to thinking of jumping in terms of quests. Everyone just loves to squat over here. This is the district where you go to squat, I guess. Blimey. Blimey confirmed to exist as a word here. Funny dog decal. I'm gonna go over here first. Gotta attune to stuff. Speaking of the sheep and the friendly version of the sheep, even there's Jan. That's both of the Jan. That's the aggressive one and the friendly monster version. The eye symbols? What about them? The crying eyes from the Yakui painting. I don't remember that super well. This establishment caters to lost souls seeking their true path. A fortune teller. Huh. These are cards with various Yan printed on them. And she mentioned Temperance, which is a tarot card. For what that's worth. Ah, event. Oh yeah, I guess those could be the eyes. That's possible. Bike shop. A rainbow-colored propulsion system? Who's gonna buy something like that? Oh, you have no idea, Melody. Oh, you can actually, like one of these people was just over there saying, like, is this where we're supposed to meet? And then, like, they actually walked over here and started talking. It's not, like, a super unique thing that never happens, but it's still neat. Convergent evolution of fashion prominently on display. Masks included. And this LED cactuar stand. I'm sorry? I'm sorry? What are you doing? How are you doing this? Must be one of those, effects you can do. The candy that makes your belly glow. Fair. Ah, now that's a triangle 3D if I've ever seen one. Oh, and there's the Gimme Cat soda. It's right there. Yeah, I was suspecting this was like the City of Gold for a bit, but I'm now suspecting it's probably not actually that. Actively being grilled food. On the future grill from the future. Extreme close-up of cat eyes. Wait, I was just in here. I just want to wander around this place forever. . What do you mean there's a war going on? I mean, I guess there is, yeah. I don't need to question that, that's obvious. Hooray! I've attuned to everything. Water. The bluest water. At some point in the future, I will deal with the Arcadian. We'll have to get there first. But also it's not in the game yet, so you know. I'm imagining if they did put player housing in Solution 9, and I'm imagining how much, like, the majority of the housing options would clash aesthetically with the Solution 9 housing district, and it's kind of funny to me. I forgot to talk to Wuklamat. That's fine.
So this is True View. Not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. That building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at the moment, I guess?
Oh, hello.
What? I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean you any harm, we just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? They run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear. Could it be they want to take us somewhere?
Questioning Hentel?
Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you?
Nod.
So it is. All right then, lead the way. Let's see where they take us.
Exclamation point. Once you choose to depart, Wuklamat will accompany you. The blue-scaled Hubio child will then begin moving towards the destination. Oh. They're going. You know, I didn't notice that I could go over here, actually. There's a rabbit lady named Melancholy here. Is this where you wanted to bring us? I don't know what's going on here. What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? Shake head. So you're still not inclined to talk? He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. Shrug. You know him? Shake head. Oh, you have heterochromia that like matches your color scheme. You are a very colorful person named Melancholy. Not unlike the cheerful person named Nostalgia. After a fashion, but never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend our special, Her Majesty. I'll prepare one without liquor for the boy, too. Don't make Sucro drink alcohol. Shake head. Thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend here named Kafika. But we ran into the child on the way, and he led us here. Ah, so you're with Kafika. Nod. In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tassos there. He'll show you to a fun place. Nod. What about him? I don't think he's in a mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. Is this also Final Fantasy VII now a little bit? This has taken a turn for the strange, but you don't think we're walking into a trap, do you? Do you? Damned if this doesn't have suspicious written all over it. But yeah, secret resistance base under the bar. Part of why Sucro refused to drink is probably because of gestures vaguely at past Warrior of Light incidents. You seem eager to go, but what about your friend there? What is this fun place meant to be? Is Kafika there? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Well, I think this is still Skaven? Yeah. I guess I'll just stick with this sword because that's easier. Gives you teeth. What does that mean? Saria's normally off limits, but Kafika's told us about you. Just follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Let's go, Sucro. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised. Back to this music.
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Actually, that's a good point. We've done this on at least one occasion. Nod.
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives.
Yeah.
Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview.
Oh my god. The 12th Geralt is here. I guess we know who we're gonna talk to for relic weapons in the future. Hello, Genalt.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
I don't know if this is the first time that any Geralt offshoot has been voiced, but it might be.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it.
It is? Yeah, that makes sense. Shale. Also a cool name. Hearing detected.
We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation.
Questioning Headtel?
The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is.
Shady government organization, you say? That is not connected to the king and queen directly. Well, that's the final boss, probably. Yeah, Shale seems cool immediately. There's a shady government organization behind everything. Wow.
But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Dural. Interdimensional fusion.
I see. So, preservation, a shady government organization, is... And so we know why... We know why, how, and we know vaguely how, and at least why this happened, but the queen doesn't know this. At least she didn't... The queen is saying she doesn't know this, at least. Gasp.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Wait, is Graha not supposed to know about Azam's crystal? It's never come up in conversation? Huh. Huh.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device.
A what? I see! It was a USB drive all along! Kryl, what data is gonna be on your earring?
Oh, Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope.
I think Shale has a high insight stat. Shale just like figures out how people are feeling and what they're doing and like what stuff means very quickly, apparently.
Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
So there's going to be some ultra important information here.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Do you know aught of them?
Wait, a husband and wife founded this? Is that Kryle's parents then? Alright.
Listen, Kryle. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
Fascinating.
My parents. The founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves.
We should scan the...
I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
I think we should immediately figure out what's on the USB drive earring.
Yes, please.
Like right now.
As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
We need to check the earring.
I can examine your earring.
Yes.
I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I mean, like, family stuff may very well be part of the data contained in the earring. It's going to be important for in some way, probably. Anime smile.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Jose is so impatient right now.
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
Jose just wants something to do.
I've buggered it up again!
Oh no.
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shay.
Did you say Shay instead of Shale? Oh, you're right. It is about time for us to get a hold of the artifact gear. Probably. Unless Sucro's roped into dealing with the local Geralt again.
Shale has already extracted the data on the earring. At long last, a clue. My apologies, but I will remain here to review the information. I feel for you. While Gnault is a brilliant adapter, it's as if he's stuck on full volume. That's all I can do to put up with the clamor. By the by, you didn't know him before, did you? Don't see how you could, but for a moment there you were looking at him like you'd seen a ghost. Better you than me. Seldom does one see Cryo so openly impassioned. As her comrade, I will do my best to support her. When I go on the attack, do you think I'm pushing forward too quickly? A little. Try to keep closer to the rest of us so you don't get surrounded.
I don't think there's necessarily always a reflection of everybody. It just happens with some people when it would be funny. I think whether or not there are reflections of characters runs primarily on a would it be funny rule, or like would it be super significant rule, or both. But theoretically, I suppose yes. And also theoretically, there might be other Sucros around. I mean, I guess Artbert was like a reflection of Sucro, but you know.
Sorry you had to see me passions spilling over. Happens when you put your heart and soul into your craft, you know. And not to be weird or nothing, but I felt a sense of kinship when I saw you. Almost as if we've met in another life. Any road, as I was saying, I need someone to lend me a hand. I haven't slept for 2 nights now, not a single wink, and I'm right to collapse. Can't afford to, though. Got folks relying on me, see. If I'm to keep at it, I need you to fetch me my favorite energy tonic.
And by energy tonic, you mean alcohol, right?
That voucher's good for 2 cans, one for yourself by way of welcome. Can't get this stuff at any old vending machine, though. I need to go talk to a bloke named Philemon. You'll find him tending a bar out on the main strip. Off you go now. Ah, damn it all. Such a fine-looking beauty in the blueprint. Why doesn't mine look like that?
You'll have to excuse me for assuming that the local Geralt would follow in the pattern established of various Geralts and be drunk all the time. Instead, he's going to have an energy drink binge followed by a crash, I guess. Oh, I forgot about that part. Hello, Philemon. Welcome. What are you having? Energy tonics you can't get from vending machines? How dare you suggest that I sell such dangerous stuff? Away with you! Away with you and don't come back! Got a voucher? Slip it to me then. Nice and subtle. It's a concerning energy drink. Ah, so you're collecting for Gnault. Can for him and a can for you, eh? You're right, this is a Bateron's face guy as a bartender. Here you go. Yours is formulated for beginners, gentler than the full strength stuff. It's not contraband or anything, so you won't run afoul of the authorities. But if the Rodina Consortium was made aware of my special selection, it'd be bad for business. As seeing as it's your first time, I want you to drink your tonic here, just in case there's side effects. I'm very concerned by this. And then Sucro died. You drained the tonic in a single pull. Now that's how you do it.
Your pulse ought to quicken soon, after which you'll start to see everything more clearly. And then finally, you'll feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like growing a pair of rainbow wings. It literally is Red Bull, okay. Well, you haven't... That's why it gives you teeth. Instead of, it's like gives you wings. God. Well, you haven't up and cocked it, so hurry along now. You haven't up and cocked it, so hurry along now and give Geralt his tonic. He tends to leave it to the last moment, and I expect he's about to keel over. Oh. So that's what that effect was.
Whoa!
Gives you claws and gives you palm, maybe. Yeah. There was a post-Moogle in Solution 9, but I don't know if that counts.
Is it just me, or are there rainbows in your eyes? We're learning about regulators at the moment. How's your errand coming along? What do you think of the crew here? An interesting bunch, right? I personally recruited Geralt and Shale, by the way.
Nary a moment goes by without Geralt moaning and grunting. I presume it's how he expresses his passion for his work.
You got the tonic? Give it here, quick! Ah, that's the stuff! Ain't nothing like it to blow the cobwebs right out with a great big kaboom! Awakens something feral in me, it does. Transforms me into a remorseless beast. What won't stop till it's done what it was born to... Till it's done what it was born to do. Any road, sorry for sending you off on an errand like that. I just can't concentrate without me tonic, you know? And the pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, I better get back to it. Those weapons and tools ain't gonna enhance themselves. It begins! Mine's the clarity, mine's the precision!
And then Geralt exploded.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
So you think so too? But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the Drift Downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Gulja.
Ah. Is that so?
It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
You named him.
It's a fine name.
Smile.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own. But just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days. And where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him.
Huh.
He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts.
Huh.
This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gululja is Zorolja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Oh, he heard that.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gululja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
Ah, this is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamachi. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Kakiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
Kakiwa. Names are pronounced in various ways repeatedly.
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
Nod. This would be a perfect stopping point. Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Regardless of the circumstances, Zoralja is Gululja's father. Boy's bound to be confused.
I'd like to move the quest outside of the bespoke location first. I mean, it's easy enough to get back here, I guess. But
if Gululja is outside the tower, we need to find him as quickly as possible. Even if he's used to getting around on his own, the wilds are still no place for a child. Agreed. While Kryl and Raha continue reviewing the data, the three of us should devote ourselves to the search.
Nod.
Alright, let's head to the base of the tower and take it from there. I'm sorry, I should have noticed sooner. Worry not, the rest of us will keep our preparations moving along. You need but concentrate on finding Gululja. I hope Gululja will be alright. Should he return here, we'll be certain to let you know.
Well. DJ booth, by the way. Sucro is very short for this DJ booth. Well, this has been a heckin' stream of Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail, hasn't it? As before, many things happen. And next time, many more things may continue to happen, it turns out. So, thank you all for watching. Sucro will now take a nap. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. And I guess I'll see you again whenever the next stream is. Good night, everyone. This is an abrupt ending, but good night, everyone.